Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Good morning, Jennifer. How are you?
Oh, well, how are you today?
Wonderful.
I'd like to invite one of our dispatchers, Morgan West, up with me. This past Saturday night, October the 17th, dispatcher Morgan West answered a 911 call at 2:43 a.m. And the call reported that a female was in labor and that her contractions were just a few moments apart. Dispatcher West quickly began processing the call, and at 2:46, 3 minutes later, since the beginning of the call, the mother had given birth to a baby boy. Morgan continued to provide pre-arrival instructions and stayed on the phone with the caller until the paramedics arrived. Both the baby and the mother are doing well. And so we would like to present Morgan with our Gold Star Award for a job very well done and recognition of you assisting in the delivery of a little baby boy on October the 17th. So, thank you.
Morgan, what a wonderful, wonderful thing, bringing a new life into the world and being part of that. So we want to also, as a county council, recognize you for all your wonderful work and your efforts. I know that means a lot to that mom.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
I'm sure that there's going to be many times that you don't have near as joyous outcome. So cherish this memory because it's definitely worth all that you did. Thank you.
have a good day. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, we can take a quick break. Yep. Take a quick break.
We can stand right there.
Huh?
We can stand right here.
Yeah, we'll stand up here just to get the distance. Yeah, that's good.
You can come on back here if you want.
Let me slide that out of the way.
Yeah, slide the podium and stuff out of the way.
Virginia.
Yeah.
All day.
All right, thank you. Any other items from the public? Okay, need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda if there's no modifications for October 22nd, 2020.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order? All right. We have 3 internal budget revisions, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. I have 3 internal budget revision requests for the council's consideration. The first request is from the Honorable John W. Small Jr., Department 402 County Clerk's budget. Mr. Small's requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 230 contracted services by $9,388. Current unencumbered fund balance is $15,000 with nothing spent to date. And increase line 226 insurance and bonds by $9,388. That line currently has a deficit balance of $600. The internal budget revision is requested to correct the deficit balance of $600, plus you'll notice on the purchase order log this week, there's also an $8,788 in new unemployment expenses for the county clerk's office. The next request is Department 420 Facilities. Mr. Lang, your Facilities Director, is requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 459 capital outlay equipment by $2,100. Current unencumbered fund balance is $10,000 with nothing spent to date. Again, increase line 226 insurance and bonds by $2,100. That line currently has a deficit balance of $1,669.67. Of course, the internal budget revision is requested to correct the deficit balance of $1,669.67 plus $346.65 in new unemployment expenses. And then the final request is from the Honorable Sheriff Curtis Keller. Sheriff Keller is requesting Department 409, which is Sheriff Tax Processing, that he be allowed to decrease line 341 supplies and materials by $2,814. Current unencumbered fund balance is $11,896.13 with 47.40 spent to date. And again, increase line 226 insurance and bonds by $2,814. Current unencumbered fund balance is 38 cents, and there are $2,813.46 in new unemployment expenses in this week's purchase order, which will be applied against that account. We are the base period employer. We had a big quarterly bill. We're the base period employer for some employees that have left in the past, that have gotten other jobs but who have now been unemployed. So it's kind of cumulative nature in that system.
All right, any questions on the 3 internal budget revisions? All right, moving on to change of status. Thank you, Mr. Davis. With new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Larry Hess, Assessor for Jeff Castle as a deputy clerk with an hourly rate of $16.50 effective October 19, 2020. Change in status received from the Honorable Sheriff Curtis Keller for Jamie Elliott. She is going from part-time to full-time administrative assistant. Her salary will increase from $14.56 an hour to $32,426 annually, effective October 27th, 2020. Request from the circuit clerk to remove, which is the Honorable Virginia Sign, to remove Rhonda Hawk from payroll effective October 16th, 2020. Any questions on that? Everyone was present for the October 8th, 2020 council meeting. Any changes or corrections? All right, we're going to go on to the county council calendars. We will be in the Board of Assessment Appeals today at 1 o'clock. And then,
Which has someone pull, we don't go into one.
okay, all right. So we'll be at 1:30, 9:30 a.m. 9:30 next week. We'll be in the council chambers again, and 1 p.m. legislative summit at the airport. And boards, commissions, you have ambulance authority tonight at 5 p.m. Library board at 5 p.m. Monday the 26th at 5 p.m. you have water district. Wednesday the 28th, 10 a.m. Conventions and Visitors Bureau. 3 p.m. Senior Services. Any changes or corrections on that? Okay. All right. I have a resolution of community development block grant application. Any questions or concerns on that one? Cancel check request from the county clerk's finance office. Any concerns? And the last is the grading bond reduction for Vanville substation, file number 2009-215. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions on that?
Mr. President, if I may, the 2 checks, the one from Triad Engineering and Huntsbury Brothers, they are both payments out of the bond for
Right.
Washington Trails subdivision. They have done the work. The HOA has signed off on the work. I did request that our engineering department go out and do an inspection that got their approval. Actually, when they cut the check out of the wrong account rather than, we had set up a separate account. We
Right.
had gotten that, what we call the bond. So the only reason that these checks are being canceled.
Okay,
We're canceling out of one account and making payment out the other.
all right. Need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion been made second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We'll start out with the board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Had a couple of meetings. One was Region 9 Planning and Development Council by Zoom. Field of love.
We'll get you a new license plate. Zoom, zoom.
Yeah. They had a couple of guest presentations for the West Virginia Apprenticeships in Motion from Blue Ridge and the West Virginia Council of Community and Technical College Education. They got the next fiscal year audit report, which is good. Bill Clark officially retired.
Who?
Bill Clark.
Oh.
And his last day would be very early January. So now we're endeavoring to find his replacement. And it's been advertised in all the appropriate places. And that was pretty much it. And then I had the health department. And they went over, of course, they're concerned now, of course, working with COVID and, you know, all the things that come out with COVID and trying to keep the departments running as they are currently running. Septic seem to be going pretty good. Glenn is doing both Berkeley and Morgan counties, and he's not quite at the pace I was when I worked in Berkeley and Morgan County.
Oh, your nickname was Flash.
Oh, man. I think my record was 13 septics in one day.
Is that right?
And if we can approach that, he can, of course, 7 of them were in one spot, but hey, we won't mention that.
And the other 7 went in another spot.
Yeah. No, and then the other 6 were scattered. They're handling it, but it's tough.
Yeah, well, Bill sent me an email about, keep me posted that it may get to the point where it might be a little tough, but they're trying their best, and I encourage them to do that.
Well, and they really are, but it's a difficult situation.
Yeah.
And, they're trying, I don't know what the delay is. You may know if there's a delay in getting inspections. I haven't heard of any, but I'm sure there are some.
I've actually had a couple complaints about health departments and why in the world we would have consolidated health departments when it's putting when they're operating at a crew that has to handle both counties, and that now both counties aren't getting the service that they were getting before. That's kind of the concerns that I've heard.
It's a staffing problem, of course, obviously.
Right.
And as long as state personnel continuously demands that they try to pay sanitarians at a rate lower than anybody will take the job, it makes it tough. You can't fill positions if you're only offering $25,000 a year.
Oh, and Jim, that's one of the things I talk about with our state positions. The way to save money at the state level is not give pay raises and not do any reason to retain people, right? And that's what's happened. That's why we can't get state troopers. That's why we can't get inspectors. That's why DEP is 40% reduction on their manpower. And when that happens, they either put that responsibility on us, as we know from the MS4 stuff, and so they're shifting the responsibility to the local government with no funding.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't make sense at all.
It does if you're balancing their budget.
Absolutely, it does. Yeah.
But that's a problem, because their budget should be balanced to help the communities that need help, and
Yeah.
not you know,
Punishing.
not take help away and go backwards.
Right, but that's another reason, if they're gonna do that, actually they should reduce their revenue and give it to us.
So are you saying that it would make sense to have a lobbyist down there arguing this point?
Yeah, I would.
Maybe it should be brought up at the legislative session.
Oh, it will be.
Yeah.
Well, and we brought it up in the legislative session.
Well,
The state police thing's been has been an issue we've had for,
Yeah, it's bigger than the state police.
it's gonna continue to grow until
Yeah.
something happens,
Yeah.
right?
Unfortunately.
All right. And we are on the state police side on this, you know, and not like by making this conversation, we're against them. We're trying to support them and trying to support anybody. but-
Yeah, as well as DEP, the health department,
Right.
state tag, you know,
But,
whoever.
but it is a problem. I mean, it's a serious problem. So, all right, Ms. Mock.
Well, let me start off by saying, there's such a volume of things and places I've been this week, where I'm gonna probably have to waiver some of it off to next week, because there's no way I can get to all of it. First of all, the Main Street meeting, was Monday evening, and of course, the big issue was that this, city has approved free parking for Christmas, but it's only on the side streets. King Street, Queen Street, and the parking lots are off limited, but it'll be free parking on Martin, Race, and Burke Street on the side streets, for the people who Christmas process.
Wonder how much money that they could actually make off the extra 1 cent sales tax if they gave people free parking.
Well, I was an advocate of free parking downtown.
Your issue on Main Street, and the store owners were at the meeting, and the issue on Main Street is when you have free parking on King and Queen.
They
Front of-
absorb
They
the
park in
parking.
front of this, I mean, I used to watch that one lady that worked at the bank. She'd walk in and park right there in front of the place, and then the other place across the street, park right there in front of, and then of course nobody else can access.
Yeah, and the city manager has expressed that to me. And
But again, if the parking people that would go around and put the chalk marks on the tires, just like they do in some cities, and then after 2 hours, then you get, a ticket, and then it just keeps multiplying, how long you sit there. So this is one of the issues, but, Main Street is, tooling right along, and, there's been some action on the state level with the tourists.
Of course, when I approach the health department, I go down High Street,
Right,
and there at the corner of Burke and Water Street,
okay,
one lane. Of course, they took out the Frog Hollow.
right.
Is there any way to widen that spot?
Your issue is that I don't think you have enough there because of the property that's sitting there.
Well, yeah, but.
I mean,
now
you can
now
widen it, but you're
Now
not,
the railroad has abandoning, and, you know, maybe the city could approach the railroad.
well, see, but right now, the city is working with that Frog Hollow issue over a trail.
Yeah,
So,
but if they want, they can widen the street, so it's not that 100 feet of one way.
well, I understand that.
Yeah.
And of course, the deal with CSX so far is if they took up the tracks, that the city would pave it. So there, again, I guess we might bring forth that, I guess Andy's the one who's handling that, and, maybe through Anthony, maybe he could,
Well, I don't know.
as a question.
Just a thought when I pulled.
Well, once they pave it, it'll be able to, just drive on the trail.
Yeah. So, anyway, that's where that is.
All guys like you, they won't pay any attention if you do it
Yeah,
anyway.
that's right.
Nobody will see that, Jeff. The other, meeting we had was the rec board, and of course, they're down, like 40,000 on the, first quarter for, hotel motel tax. Their income is down, like 900,000 from revenue as far as for events, because they've had the different leagues and things are not working out.
How can you say income is down?
What about
Or
net?
expenses down?
Right. What about the net?
I will go back and pull those figures because I've got,
That's kind of a pretty important figure.
okay, I will do that. This is the
Most
financial,
I know.
this is the financial, so,
Well, the financial should have the net.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's not a
again,
criticism.
I've gotta go back and get my magnifiers because it's so darn small.
Yeah,
So,
it's not a criticism, it's just.
Right.
You know, additional information.
okay. we will get that for next week, okay. Now, the school board, Mr. Henry, that works with the property down there, at Spring Mills for that development, has, given to the school board, 10 acres there at Spring Mills. And so the school board has leased that to the Parks and Rec, and Mr. Henry is going to use his equipment to put a trail in, and of course, down the road, they're gonna put a pavilion there for trails and it's very close to the,
It's
little
on the
library.
west side of 81.
Right by,
I
yeah,
think, yeah, I'm not
a lot
so
of rocks.
I think it's on the north side of 901.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
It's a mess through there.
I think there's a strip there.
Right.
And Alan and his son.
Close to the
Justin-
triangle.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I
close
think
to
it's
that
northwest of that, I believe, if I'm guessing.
I think it's
Southeast.
southeast.
Yeah, Hammond's Mill and we're right with the triangle.
Southeast. Okay. All right, I was wrong. I was on the wrong side.
But, so anyway, so that was brought up, and, the school board signed a lease with the rec board over that, and, that's moving forward. Had the MPO meeting yesterday, and, by Zoom, if anybody could get Zoom. I could not. I was on the telephone, I couldn't get the system to work, and everybody's looked at it today, and it wasn't me electronically, it was whatever was happening in the world of internet.
We never thought for a minute it was you.
I did.
So anyway, a really extensive program as far as going over the tips and all of those, that are looking at 21, 24. I will have, a summary sheet of some of that, because I know we're interested in there's quite a few things going on. Like for once, we're gonna repair the bridge that's, right there by Hedgesville School, and I said, where in the world's a bridge by Hedgesville School? And it's the one down by the shopping center, that little,
You're right.
what is it, about 12 foot? Little 12-foot one. That's one. Yeah, so, that needs, because it's not holding up under but in the studies that were done with the, MPO, because of bridge assignments and stuff, that was the only one in our area that was in distress.
Well, I hope they work faster on that bridge than doing the one over Two Hands Creek there by Travers.
Yeah,
My golly, they're taking their time on that thing.
State Road.
Gee.
Takes forever.
So,
Actually, there's something that happened on that, with the COVID stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they pulled off that bridge for a while.
Gee.
Somebody tested positive.
I don't know. I think,
It's almost as long as the
They
bridge,
gave
the
them
bridge
reason to
replacement
shut
on
the job
Winchester
down.
Grade Road in Morgan County. I mean, that was a snail's pace.
and maybe it's not the state road doing that job.
dry run.
There was, long-range plans that have been coming forward, the next several years, long-range transportation plans for Maryland and West Virginia. And from our, email that we've got in the next couple of days, that the State Department of Highways, will be coming here. And I will have a copy of that West Virginia long-range plan to give to you, the council and Mr. Davis. One of the issues that I brought up, and the
Can I
guys
stop
named
you for a
Chris,
second, Miss Small, please? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I gotta start these bids.
I apologize.
No, time got away from me. Bid, well, right now we have a bid opening for our RFQ for lobbying and legislative, services. Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir. Several months ago, the council discussed, the possibility of retaining, an individual or firm, to assist in lobbying and provide legislative services, not only during the upcoming legislative session, but throughout the year. So at your direction, we did put together an RFQ. It is just a request for qualifications. We have not requested prices. For lobbying legislative services, again, we're just seeing what's available and what firms are interested, and whether this council is interested in discussing their qualifications with them. The RFQ was distributed directly to 4 firms that specialize in local government affairs. We did go into the West Virginia Ethics Commission's website. They have a list of all of the registered lobbyists, so we did go through that list. It was placed on our website. We advertised in the Martinsburg Journal on Monday, September 28, 2020. We do have certification publication on file. Proposals were due no later than 4:00 p.m. on Wednesday, October 21st, and we received 3 proposals prior to the deadline.
When's the legislative session?
February this year,
Yeah.
latter part of February, I
Because
think.
of the election.
Election.
Because of the election. And if they don't have a count, it may start even later.
And while we're talking about that, there's some conversations on things about why does the county council feel like there's a need for a lobbyist, and that's why you have your legislators. Well, the problem about the legislators is they're in session for 2 months. Some of them do work on things year round. I know I talked to one about an issue that I wanted to be addressed. And he told me, call me back when session's in. The reason for this is because, you know, the one thing that the previous president of the county council told me, Bill Stubblefield, was that being elected as a county commissioner / county council person is one of the best elected positions you can ever hold, because all you got to do is convince 2 other people that what you want to do or your vision is a great vision, and you can get things done, right? But when you're a House of Delegate member, and I'm gonna say we send down 7 or 8, probably 8, but now you got to get 41 other people to go with you. You know, that's hard to do. And what a good lobbyist in our vision would be is to go down and make those meetings and be able to meet with those people and be able to say, hey, what do you think about this? And actually enhance the opportunities for our local legislators to be able to say, hey, what do you think about this? Oh yeah, I'm all aware, and I'm for it or I'm against it. So, and yes, we have the County Commission Association, and we have the Association of Counties, but they only have, the County Commission Association only has 3 topics that they're going to go after and support as a group. And as long as the County Commission Association does, what your thoughts, as long as it doesn't affect another county in a negative way, they will somewhat assist you, right? But as you know, with being Berkeley County the fastest growing county in the state of West Virginia, guess who's leading the charge? We are. And a prime example of that is paid firefighters, right? When I was on the legislative committee and things, and I said, hey, we need help to change some of the legislative laws, their response was, some of the committee members, was, we don't have the money to fund firefighters. We don't want the responsibility to fund firefighters, so we're not interested, right? But then 6 months later, the fire commission and the fire marshal gets phone calls that 5 other counties in the state of West Virginia wants to do exactly what you're doing. How do you get it done? So, you know, that's what we're up against.
Well, and the other part of that equation is that we are one of the furthest areas away from the state capitol, and it's, you know, we can obviously go to the nation's capital and lobby down there a lot easier than we can go to our own capital.
Absolutely.
And, you know, although there's a large part of the state that can travel for, you know, get up in the morning and drive to Charleston and lobby, for us to do that, it's a couple day trip.
It's not, yeah.
Right, and so it's not just go down there and you know, fight your fight at that point. It's, you know, you have to block off a couple of days in order to do that, and it's a lot more difficult in order to do it. And it clearly shows. I mean, for as far back as I can remember, our area has always been not received what it should receive, just because of that representation. And we are lucky now that we have a good amount of legislators that are taking leadership roles down there and doing something.
And hopefully we get even more once the census thing.
Right.
But not only, you're talking about not a couple days, then put it in, you also have to make an actual appointments because of the fact you just can't walk in and catch these folks.
Well,
So that makes a big difference if you're down there and it's easier to negotiate all of those types of things.
and when you go down in session,
Nuts.
every one of them legislators are on a mission. I mean, they are going 110 miles per hour. So just wanted to clear the air and make sure that people understood.
So they're trying to get done in 2 months, which should take all year.
Exactly.
And they don't pay, or the state doesn't pay delegates to be down there all year because they have,
That's why you got to do it part time.
that's right.
You know. So anyway, the first RFQ is coming from Bowles and Rice, attorneys at law, and they have a division, I guess, for government relations services. So that's number one. Number two is Omega.
I know Bowles Rice is in Charleston, where's Omega?
Charleston.
Okay.
So Omega is the second one.
Is that a consulting firm or a legal firm?
It's my understanding that it is a lobbyist firm that represents some associations. And they do have some local representatives, throughout the state.
Well, actually, it's individual firm information. It's the West Virginia Oil Marketers and Grocers Association.
Oh, okay.
So I guess they might want to expand out, but that's what it stands for. And the last one is Orion. Is that how it?
Orion.
Orion. I'm sorry. Orion Strategies. And looks like they have offices in Buchanan, Charleston, Martinsburg, Columbus, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C.
And we work with Orion Strategies, with Flora, Project Flora. So we've had some dealings with them.
So what did these people express an interest in what they'll do for us, or?
Well, yeah, the basic qualifications. So Mr. Davis and the committee will form, we'll talk about who would be the best qualified, just like engineering and architectural firms. You'll ask them to come in, see whether they are within our budget, and go from there. If not, then we go down to the second one.
Yeah, what they want us and what we want them.
Right. And being an RFQ, Jim, you know, all we're doing is announcing the names and then go from there. Second bid would be
Oh, you're sorry. You're right.
would it be a bid opening for RFP for 2020 or newer compact SUVs, and this is the 29 police cruisers?
No, sir.
Oh, okay.
This is just, the 29 police cruisers are scheduled the second of, November.
Okay.
If the council will recall, several weeks ago, Tim Zaya appeared before you to discuss a partnership with the health department on deploying a quick response team under a 3-year grant with the state of West Virginia. This is actually an SUV that's needed for the quick response team. The quick response team are our employees. They actually just started last week. Under the provisions of the grant, we can lease a vehicle. So we're currently leasing a vehicle through one of the local rental car agencies and billing it back to the health department. As Councilperson Barnhart knows, the regulatory requirements of the state for even leasing a vehicle is somewhat cumbersome, and that's why we ended up employing the 3 employees, and then we're billing them back. Through the provisions of the grant, we can buy the vehicle and lease it back to the health department over 3 years. So instead of going to enterprise rent a car or budget rent a car or whatever and renting the car and paying them, what we're going to do is we're going to buy the SUV outright, and then whatever the price of the SUV is, we're going to divide it by 36, and then we're going to lease it back to the health department. So this is actually a bid opening for one 2020 or newer compact SUV. As I said, it is needed for the quick response team, which is a joint venture between the health department and Berkeley County. The RFP was distributed to 20 auto dealers. It was placed on the website, advertised in the Martinsburg Journal on Friday, October 9th, 2020. A certification publication is on file in your packet. Bids were due no later than 4:00 p.m. on Wednesday, October 21st, and would receive 2 bids prior to the deadline. White Side of St. Clair Inc., which is out of St. Clairsville, Ohio, and Bob Roberts in Chevrolet Buick.
Another thing that hurts the health department, I believe, is I think it's very difficult for them to get overtime. On the same,
Their salary position.
right?
Yeah, they're salary positions, so they,
So,
I know, I never got any overtime.
right, right, and that's why I was talking to Mr. Kearns about that. About sanitarians working overtime.
Well, is the salary, and I get salary position, but is the salary position based on a 40-hour week or?
37.
but they use, it's only, right now, they're working a whole lot more than that.
To the state.
Right, but that's an issue right there in itself. We've already
We've already addressed
dealt
that.
with that 37 and a half issue for a very long time, right?
Yeah, ours was even worse. Ours was 35.
Huh?
Ours was 35. All right. White Side of St. Clairsville, Ohio.
I guess the vehicle will be delivered to us.
It is delivered.
And any idea on delivery date?
4 to 6 weeks is what they've been telling us. That actually, if you remember, we just bought a pickup truck for our community service program, and White Side of St. Clair had that bid, and they said 4 to 6 weeks.
This looks like a new 2020 Chevrolet Trax LS all-wheel drive, for $21,215. $21,215.
But that's-
Is there any
2020.
outfitting?
No, sir.
This one's a 2021. A couple dollars
All
more.
right. This is a 2021 from Bob Robinson's Chevrolet and Buick out of, all right, somebody went out, Tradeville, Tradeville, T-R-I-A-D.
Triadelphia?
Might be, probably yes. T-R-I-A-D-E-L-F, P-H-I,
Triadelphia.
West Virginia. Thank y'all. 21,533, and that's for 2021.
It's only a couple $100 more for a year newer.
All right, big difference. Well, it's kind of like Vice President Delia said, you know, with our buying power, a lot of times we could probably, and we need to look at that, Mr. Davis, because we're probably into the 3rd year on some of these vehicles. We may be able to sell them and buy new ones for a little bit of nothing.
Gary and I just had that conversation.
I would never expected anything less.
And what really came up was the expedition
Mhm.
for the council.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
And we just discussed that this week.
right. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. That concludes our bid opening. Back to Ms. Malkel and board meeting reports.
Okay, I will continue with the.
I'm sorry, hold up, Ms. Malkel. I'm sorry.
I'm glad I didn't lose my place here.
We have an interview for David Kemp, and I'd say Dave is here, candidate for Convention and Visitors Bureau and or the Airport Authority. Come on forward, Mr. Kemp. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you feel you'd be a good fit and why you would like to be on a board.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time this morning. Might give me a little bit with this.
You can, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Well, I was born and raised in Martinsburg. I've been here my whole life, 28 years old. Been involved in the community, done a lot of things like Relay for Life Walk, been involved in a local church, a treasurer for a church. I worked for Jefferson County Commission for the county government and maintenance department. I'm also in small business. I help my dad run Kemp's Lawnmower Repair Services. So I understand how business works, and I understand how government works, and also I'm on the City Planning and Zoning Board for the City of Martinsburg, so I have some experience being on the board. Also, that I just have an interest for the community. I want to serve. I want to help work with board members and make good decisions for the airport. I think I have some qualifications and for that, as far as, like I said, being on boards and understanding business and government somewhat. So I would like that opportunity to be able to work with them and to help serve. That's basically all I have to say. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Oh, I also ran for City Council in Martinsburg this year.
Okay.
I lost, but I ran for City Council.
All right. I will go around and ask you questions and stuff like that. Mr. Barnhart?
Oh, thank you. So you're a city resident.
Yes, sir.
The city gave up its seats on the airport side.
No, they gave up 3 of their seats. They still have 3.
Oh, okay.
Right. But all of those are city residents, are actually county residents as well, so.
Yeah. Kind of diverse request, Convention and Visitors Bureau and the Airport Authority.
Yes.
Any reason for the disparity?
Well, I mean, I have an interest in both, but you know, I would be glad to serve either way. I mean, if someone's a better fit for the Airport Authority, I understand, or if someone's a better fit for the visitors, but I would like to be on either one of those boards.
Have you given any thought to other boards since you've been to 2?
I have. I mean, I'm sure there was some openings. The Roundhouse had 13 openings, I assume, but I was kind of not.
Some boards you wouldn't be qualified for.
Yes,
The
exactly.
water board.
Yes.
Not the water district.
No,
But
and such as they had something with lawyer. Of course, I don't have any legal background, so I didn't talk about that. So,
do you have, what are your thoughts regarding the airport or the business? You say you like to be on them, but I'm not sure why.
well, I mean, basically, I mean, I have an interest in the airport. I want to be on that board to help with decisions, to serve the community. It's a good way to get experience also, I feel. Also being in the public side. So, I mean, I understand what you're asking me, but you have to be given the opportunity to serve on that board, or, you know, if I'm correct.
Okay.
Well, the situation with the Roundhouse is we have a working board, and like most of the people that come to the board, a lot of people just want their name on a board.
Right.
But when it comes time to showing up and I'm putting in 20 or 30 hours a week.
Yeah, and I know you're involved with history, you know,
Yeah, so let's go a step further. Did you realize that the visitor center does have because of tourism and the way they have to be certified, right now we're looking for people with outdoor education and maybe trails or that type of thing, camping. That's what the position is that we're looking for at the current. I mean, nothing personal.
Yeah, yes.
But that's what they need for the criteria for the state certifications that they have. So I mean, some of these boards have a lot of specifics.
Yeah.
Like farmland has every specific, and different ones have different specific. And it gets complicated when we go to select people. And of course, as I said, with the roundhouse, most of it's called physical labor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Villiers.
So thanks for interest. Obviously, anybody that's interested in serving on any of the county boards, we should at least acknowledge the appreciation that donating your time is obviously valuable. You said several times that you have interest on the airport authority. Are you a pilot?
Oh, no, I'm not a pilot, but I have some friends that are pilots, and I love aerospace. I've always had passion and interest in it. But no, I'm not in the airfield, but I would like to learn more about it, and I think you would as far as being on that board, you learn more about the air industry. But I just have an interest in it.
So what are some of your thoughts about some most recent happenings out there on the airport authority?
Well, Nick Deal, I know Nick Deal, and I was glad to see him take that over and run that. He's done I think, a tremendous job with that.
I want to put on the record, you're correct. Nick Deal is a wonderful person.
Yes. And I know Nick Deal because I worked with him at Jefferson County. He was Development Authority. And I worked in maintenance, and I knew him really well. And so, you know, that being said, I've seen where he's made a lot of improvements, and I've seen where the airport is growing, and it's a good thing. I mean, the airport needs to grow. It needs to, we need to have more, and I know it's mainly used, if I'm correct, for like the Air Guard, the military purposes, but I'd like to see it grow more for public use too, more public than what it's being used. It just seems like not as much. You don't really hear a whole lot about the public using it, like the military, of course, which I'm all for the military, of course, but for those purposes, and I think it's a great establishment. I mean, like I said, they've done a great job with it, and I'd just like to see if there's any way I can help learn and work with the people there on the board and get educated.
So you do have a vision for it.
Yes, I do.
So there's actually we're actually the largest airport in the state of West Virginia for fixed base aircraft. So we do have a large, and that's not military. That's private. We do have a large impact in private. Matter of fact, we've recently gotten some monitoring that we're doing, and we've found out that we're the second busiest airport for landing and takeoffs in the state of West Virginia, and we believe within the next few years we will be the busiest airport.
And I've seen that it is busy, but you just don't hear as much in the public's eye.
Right.
From my perspective, like I've grew up here my whole life, and I know you have too, and most of you all have, and so if not all of you, so you know it's and like I say, my dad's been here a lifelong resident for 62 years.
And your dad's a wonderful person.
Yes, you know my dad.
I do.
Yes, yeah, it's a good guy.
Anything else, sir?
Nope.
Mr. Whitaker?
Like David said, I've known the family for quite a while. There's a kinship that I know that he didn't mention, but I'll mention it for him. He's got a kinship of family being right out there next to the airport for many years.
That's correct.
And
All the life.
all the life in there. I think we're still
Farm, and we have a farm. We have a farm there, 200 acres near there. So
it's right there towards the end of Novak Drive.
yes, and it's still farmed. It's been farmed for
Ever.
as long as my dad can remember. He farmed, so it's still active. And I grew up around there, and I just love to watch the airport, the planes. It's great. It's in a great location too.
Anything else, Mr. Whitaker?
That's all. I mean, like I said, I've known the family for quite a while, and when he had actually got in touch with me about wanting to fill out an application for an interview, and I highly, strongly recommended in the first before that. So.
Yeah. Mr. Kemp?
Yes.
Conventions and Visitors Bureau, I think, has a lot of potential.
Yes.
To me, Conventions and Visitors Bureau is the one that's going to help remold Berkeley County,
Yes.
right? You've given us a good reason why you want to settle on airport authority. So would be, if I was to ask you your vision for the Visitors Bureau, what would be your answer on that one?
Well, the Visitors Bureau, I know a little bit about it, but not a whole lot. Of course, like Elaine, you probably know a lot because of the historical purpose in Martinsburg. But I love our history in Martinsburg and in Berkeley County, and like I say, being a lifelong Berkeley County resident, I'd like to see the Bureau grow. I'd like to see us update some things within reason. I know tax dollars, I'm sure there's federal funding, grant funding. I'd like to see it, and I think we have done some things to improve that. I really do in my outlook. I mean, over the years that I can remember, being 28, I can remember at least the last 10 years of things growing, and I would like to be on that. I would like to serve on that board as well to help with decisions, and I'm a person that gets things done. I like to see things get done and move forward, and like I say, preserve our history, and just any kind of improvement that's within reason.
Right.
Because I know there's budgets and everything to follow, but that's a board that I have an interest in, and that I would definitely do some more research into. I haven't done as much research into that as more as into the board.
Well, one of the things that the county council has kind of made a commitment to, not a formal commitment, but is to change and improve upon the quality of life issues in Berkeley County.
Yes.
And the CVB would be a very big player in that. Creating additional activities for our people like you.
Yeah.
Right? We don't want your classmates leaving Berkeley County, not coming back. 9 times out of 10, they'll come back when they're ready to retire.
Yeah.
Right? But we want you all to make a career here in Berkeley County and live here and be part of our community where you were born and raised.
Yes.
Right? I'll say this. You said you ran for the city council, which meant we don't do this for the money.
No, we don't.
Right?
No,
Right?
we don't. No, not at all.
We
No.
don't do it for the fame,
No, not
right?
at all. No.
We do it because we want to serve our community,
Yes.
right?
Yes, we want to serve.
And I respect you for that,
Thank you.
a great deal.
Thank you.
And also respect you for coming here and since you wasn't elected to the city council, you haven't given up.
No.
You want to serve on boards
Yes.
and commissions.
Yes.
So it tells me you want to give back to the community
Yes.
in a very, very strong, positive way. And I hope we can find a place for it.
Yes. Thank you for your kind words. And I hope you all can make a decision. And, I'll be willing to and be glad to serve on any board, really. Just to be a part, and because I care. I
Right.
care about this county. I love Berkeley County. Like I said, I have a strong family roots here. We've been here our whole life. Dad being a business owner. I've always I support small business, and I love to see the county that's grown quite tremendously, and jobs have grown, and I love to see it progress more and more. And I just think we need some good local people that care and want to do the best to make the best decisions for that.
I'm going to interview you one step further.
All
You're
right.
28 years old.
Yes, sir.
What would you like to see in Berkeley County that we don't have? For
Well,
quality of life, quality of life issues. If you pick one, what would you like to see more of, or something that we don't have at all? Can you?
I would like to see more of, this would be my outlook, and I know we have a recreation center. For the young people, because it's very important to keep young people involved in activities and sports, and it's quality of life, and keeps them out of trouble too. And when I ran for council, that was one of the things I touched on was the Berkeley County Parks and Recreation Center. I'd like to see more things come there as far as like basketball hoops. There's not as much of that. Maybe some more playground area. I'd like to add on to that because I know their funding's tight, and I've talked to him before, Mr. Gordon, and I worked with him some with that before even though I didn't win, I was giving him some of my ideas. And
You're winning. You're winning. You didn't lose anything. You're winning.
Yeah, yes.
You may not have prevailed in your election, but you are winning.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I would like to see that Parks and Rec grow and become better for the community. And I know they have to make money to keep the doors open because they're privately
So
funded.
you're talking about unorganized
Yes.
activities.
Yes.
To where a Like when I was
Yes,
growing up,
neighborhood, yes.
we went up to Rosemont Elementary School and
So
played sandlot football,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
And have activities where you don't have to be part of a league,
Right,
but you can gather up 10 guys and go have a basketball game.
exactly.
I think it's very interesting that you talked about 2 boards to serve on, and the one question he asked you shows you clearly have passion for the Parks and Rec,
I did. I really did.
and didn't even mention the Parks and Rec.
No, I didn't. I didn't think about that. I really didn't think about that. But I do have a passion for that. And it's when I was running, I wanted to see that really grow because I understand how Jefferson County Parks and Rec works. I understand Jefferson County really well because I work there. And it is funded somewhat by the county commission, but not, not like Berkeley. Berkeley, it's more all. It has to make its own, completely all of its own money, where Jefferson does the somewhat, but they have a lot more other funding for that. And they have areas too. They have a dog park there. They have other things that they can do. They have a walking path. They just have so many more things that the community can use and that the young people can come and get involved. I mean, every time I go there, I see young people all the time play, especially in the summertime, playing. So I would really like to see that with Berkeley.
We actually have all those things you just mentioned.
We have two
We have two dog
dog
parks.
parks.
But I know the one across town, yes, but
There's
not-
another one on the north end.
And Beddington is another
Oh,
one.
there was one in Beddington.
Yeah.
No, I did not know.
And,
Yeah.
and we do fund parks.
Yes.
Right, yes, I know somewhat, but not like Jefferson County
I have
Commission.
no idea how.
Well,
Well, no, we are nothing like Jefferson County.
Right,
You
no, I know that. I'm just saying.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, it costs twice as much to live in Jefferson County as it does cost here.
Yes, I
Well,
understand that very
Just
well.
about.
But
I understand that very well.
no, your point's well taken.
Yeah.
Our Parks and Rec gets, we have dedicated 50% of our hotel motel, which
Yeah.
is over $300,000 a year. The thing about our structure is, and it sadly it's changed for Jefferson County, but we didn't have the casino in the
Right,
track.
yes, that's
Right.
their biggest, that's
So-
their biggest, yes.
And when you're able to have those additional revenue sources, you can do so much more. Sort of like if you take per capita, Jefferson County has twice as much per capita as Berkeley County.
Yes.
So,
It does, yes.
But we are, yeah. And
It's a bigger
so,
county, yes,
but you're right, it does need to be approved upon, and we're looking at that.
yes.
And I have one other thing regarding, right now we have no openings, because there's still the one on, at Parks, the rec board. But the Roundhouse does have openings, so
Okay.
that's just throwing that out, but we do have openings in that area.
Okay.
And we got lots of events for next year. We already have 6 weddings and about 6 or 8 actual major weekends.
Okay, and I mean, I'm familiar with the Roundhouse and I've been down there and it's beautiful. They've done a great job getting bathrooms in there and getting everything. I was talking to Harriet Johnson, and they're really doing a great job with that. And I love history too, but I would love to work with you more on that because I know you really are good with that, and you do a great. I just want to commend you. You do a great job with that. So.
Right. Well, Dave, you gave an excellent interview.
Well, thank you. I tried. I didn't have anything written, but I have a very busy schedule. I work 2 jobs or 3 jobs and serve on another board, so I try to give the time that I have to the community.
Well, thank
So
you.
when is the other board? What is the time of the other board?
Oh, the city, it's once a month. It is on a Tuesday at 6 p.m. or between 6 and 6.
I just was curious in order to,
Yes,
because the
So you don't have
Roundhouse is
a
the second Wednesday.
One more comment. His great uncle and grandfather was not a school bus
Yeah.
driver.
Probably had
well,
a
that's going
paddle,
way back.
probably had a paddle with holes drilled in it.
From his,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
For
Had,
you?
had Jim right on the handle.
that's probably my name on it.
That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Probably once or twice.
All right, Dave, tell your dad we said hi.
I will, and thank you so much for the opportunity, and please consider it. I'll be glad to serve on anything, anywhere I can be used.
All right.
Thank you all for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Have a good
See you
night.
later. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Mock, make it quick, please.
Well, I'm just gonna make it quick. The conversation I had with a gentleman named Chris, who was overseeing the West Virginia Long Range Transportation Plan, I asked him the same question that I've asked repeatedly for all the meetings we've had with DOH and DOT. was the plan being considered by the number of roads, the number of people, the density, for example, 80,000 on the road a day for Route 81. Well, we hadn't looked at it. I said, you gotta look at our situation. In 1980, we had 40,000. This is 2020. We're up to 120, 125,000. We need rail trails, we need walking trails, besides all of these other issues. So I think our meeting when we have it on the December 17th, I believe it is, with the Department of Highway, but I'll get you a copy of that information. And he said, oh, I didn't realize. So that was the guy that's heading up the long-range plan. As I said, I'll have more to come next week, because I have a pile of it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Delia?
I did have an airport meeting this week. I was out of town for another, and missed a couple of my meetings, but we had just pretty much business as usual. We have a couple of pending issues, but nothing had to be discussed.
Mr. Whitaker?
Just to touch on yours, Dan, I did say they started the sign construction out there at the corner of 11 and Mobile. So,
Oh, they did?
yep, so good. Just a little bit of public announcement. This is Pastor Appreciation Month, and I want to thank Reverend Walker for coming in.
Well, Reverend Walker, I've said it many times in the chamber that we are very blessed to have him to give us our prayer many, many mornings. And this county is very blessed to have him sit on boards and commissions. He's very passionate and very giving of his time, and most of all, just a wonderful person.
I know, ace in the hole.
He is.
And chair our criminal justice board.
Exactly, so, which we're all very passionate about. And,
So thank you.
we are very blessed, Reverend.
I think it's probably fair to say that he probably wouldn't be a pastor if he didn't care so much about the community.
Mhm. Yep.
So anyway, I did have a planning commission meeting, very active on a couple of public hearings. One of them dealt with some issues that were being implemented out at Archer's Rock, and how they had to change the subdivision a little bit.
Mhm.
I think there was a little bit of a lack of communication between the HOA and the actual homeowners in there and what took place, but long story short, they're moving forward with a new sketch
Are
plan.
they still Zoom meetings,
What's that?
or are they still Zoom meetings, or are they actually?
Both Zoom and in person. I was here in person. Me, Daniel Gann, Linda, and on our IT guy was here, and of course the staff. So I try to make them.
The meeting that I had would have been 911 Advisory Committee. Seems like everything's going very, very well. And Jennifer is seating in quite well. It seems like the state is doing a much better job of keeping the radios up and running. However, as you heard Mr. Wine talk, that they need to, the biggest thing that's a problem right now, we have all the updated radios and everything like that, where Mr. Wine and his staff can program them without getting 1,000 or plus radios back and doing it individually. That's on the state side. So that'd be huge for us if they could update that. But other than that, we made the investments. We're ready to go any day, but we're being held up. So at this time, I guess we'll take a quick break and get back as soon as possible. We got a very, very busy day, so take a quick break.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very much appreciated.
Am I supposed to sign it? Oh, okay.
back in session. Next on our agenda is Anthony Delegetti, Legal Director, order authorizing the refunding law for a portion of the Berkeley County Building Commission's lease revenue refunding bonds, 2014A, 2014B, and 2015 series.
Right, here once again, third time for refinancing of bonds. As you all aware, we've been doing the process pretty aggressively here recently due to the favorable environment. First, we did the Day Report Center consolidated with the Sheriff's Department,
Kimco property.
and then for the 911 Center, and that one's still going through. The bonds should be sold soon. And this, probably the last one for the year, is dealing with all of the separate bond issues for the judicial center. So it's up. The order limits it to 20 million. It would be less than 20 million, but this order gives President Copenhaver the authority to give to the building commission a bond purchase agreement and lease agreement, and then also gives President Copenhaver the authority to work out what the actual terms will be, so how long it will be for, and what the.
Well, you know, your term is based on ends up on our interest rate, so that's key.
Well, I think something Anthony said. He said we were, Mr. Delegetti said we were working on these bonds here aggressively recently, and I think that way before Anthony came on board, we've been working on these bonds aggressively before that, and the President Copenhaver has definitely had some experience doing this in the past. So.
I'd say if we land this deal, which I know we will, and depending upon how we choose to do the terms, I'm not afraid to say, Mr. Davis, in the past 10 years, we've saved over $5 million.
That's right. What I intend to do once we get this consolidation is actually 18,300,000. And it's all previous bonds. They're listed as 14A, 14B.
They're 2004 and 5s.
But they're actually the 3, 4, or 5 bonds that the previous commission issued for the judicial center. So what my intent is, once we get through this and we do the rate lock and we sell these bonds, is to actually do a spreadsheet starting in about 2003 and just very methodically going through, this is where we started, this is what we've done, this is what the
This was the payment, this was the rates, this is the terms, that's everything.
Correct.
Absolutely.
So my intent is to do that.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
And because that's most people in the community doesn't understand the value of what we're doing today. They don't understand the value of being financially secure and stable. And I think that's the easiest way to do that.
Well, and companies that make money off of interest, they survive because of people become complacent and don't. And once they have it set up, they set their budgets and they set their financing up so they can continue to pay it. They don't worry about spending a little money to go in and be aggressive and get a better deal. And the benefit is, I think that we will clearly save way more over these past renegotiations to pay for the Day Report Center remodel job that we're doing to that whole building over there.
We have the opportunity in front of us for all the construction that we've done over the years, meaning the Sheriff's Department, the 911, not so much 911 because that's special revenue and stuff, and that's pretty much stand on its own. But the Sheriff's Department, remember, we took the Kimco property off the
auction block.
surplus.
Yeah.
The very first week that Jenna and Lane and I was here, but and then, the day report center, the new day report center and stuff. We have an opportunity, if we choose to be slightly aggressive, to do all that. And with minimal amount of money added to the payment. And last week, we just knocked 6 years off the 911, right? If we're aggressive on this, we can knock another, we could make, one of them we would keep the same, one of them we would knock 4 years off of, and the other one we'd knock 6 years off of. And if that, our projected numbers to be of a possible savings would be $1.781 million just on this refi by itself. And we're able to do the things that we're doing and knocking down our debt, knocking down the years to be owed, and currently not spending any more money. So it's a win-win. And one of the very first deals I did was with the Hedgesville Volunteer Fire Department, when I told another seated county council person at that time I wanted to get them to modify the rate, the terms. He said, well, why would they want to do that? I said, because we're a great bargain. You know, they want to keep us. In that one meeting, the banker says, I was wondering why it took you all so long to come to me. I said, well, because I just got here. But saved 4 years, shortened the term on that fire hall, 4 years, and never changed the payment.
That was
In a
5
negative
years
way.
ago, wasn't it?
No, that was
That was seven,
Jeez, that was
7, 8 years ago.
yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah,
I thought you renegotiated that since then.
Not the fire hall.
Wasn't the fire?
I refinanced Kimco one time. I was told that was the best rate that we could get, and you're wasting your time, and
We got
I've
that.
done that one too.
Right.
But yeah, the very first one I did was Hedgesville, but that was done, was when the other director was here, I can tell you that. So it's great what this council has done. It really is, and it's like I was expressing at the thing, you know, at the little forum the other night was, we're able to borrow money at 1.25%. The rate projected on this one's 1.48%. Because our strong financial and secure, not strong, but secure.
That's their tax. Yeah, that was the one thing I didn't mention. This is different from the others because of when we're refinancing, it has to be taxable, but the rates are still better. That may be better than,
Then non-taxable,
yes.
tax exempt. I mean, it's crazy what's going on right now. And I know when we made deals 3 years ago, it was like, well, we're not gonna borrow you any money cheaper. No, we're going to cheaper. And this is even after paying penalties and all the closing costs.
That's why I said next time they're gonna have to pay us.
Pay
to
us
do
to
it.
take it, right?
that's what I asked Alan, are they paying us to borrow money?
Yeah, so, and well, just imagine, we're paying 1.48%. And an average inflation rate's 3%.
And cost of living's 3.
And it's just, yeah, cost of living, right? And we know our inflation rate in Berkeley County is probably almost pushing 20%.
Yeah,
Well, I remember I said that last time. We really set the bar high, man. And next group that comes in here, I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, it's tough, but it's
They're
been
going to be
fun.
challenged to make. There can be a big challenge for them to do better.
As the Reverend says, we're going to have smiles, we're going to have good laughter because we enjoy what we do. So, entertain a motion to
Move forward.
approve the order.
is it adopt the order or approve?
Approve.
Approve.
Move to approve the order and give the president the discretion to sign documents and to
Negotiate.
negotiate.
Motion been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need a motion to go to executive session for possible real estate matters and county council personnel. Got the motion?
Will be taking action when we come out of the executive session.
We will?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any items from the public before we do that? We are in executive session.
You know, Doug, that forum that we were at, that turned into more of a town hall meeting.
I like that.
I did.
That was a nice setting.
What was that?
Where was this?
Tomahawk Rotan.
Okay.
Oh, you guys were outside.
Yeah, around a fire.
And,
It was.
Doug,
of executive session, any action being taken?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I would like to make a recommendation to hire Jeffrey T. Mousy, Deputy Legal Director, for a higher date of 12/1/2020 at the rate of $110,000.
And this is a
Second.
backfill
Position, yes.
Motion been made, second, any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, the motion carries. Anything else? Mr. Barnhart, well, no, I don't need to do that. We're gonna take a break until 1:30.
1:30.
Oh.
Very good. Very good indeed.
You gonna lock everything up, aren't you, Penny?
In
I'm gonna hold this.
the past,
Call us back into session. First thing on the agenda would be a Board of Assessment Appeals applicant PE Hydro. So we have the state of West Virginia here, and we have representation from PE Hydro. We have our assessor Larry Hess. So first of all, just let everybody know as you come forward to plead your case, you'll be sworn in to tell the truth, but the truth naturally. And so, Mr. Hess, are you going to lead this start off, or is the state of West Virginia going to start off?
Typically, what we usually have is the PEI will go first.
Correct.
And the state will do that.
Okay, all right. So
And just to be hydro, the taxpayer has to burden it. They have to show like the assessment is incorrect. So they present.
come on up to the podium, Mr. Delegated, please.
Anthony Delegate, I'm the attorney for the Berkeley County Council. So they will go first, the taxpayer will go first, present their case, they can call witnesses, introduce evidence. Penny over here will take any evidence and enter into the record and mark it. And she will also swear in.
All right, so we'll start off with PE Hydro. State your name for the record. And
That's Mark Lansing, here on behalf of PE Hydro, who is also owned by Eagle Tree.
okay,
First of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity to present the appraisal report that was done by the Duncan Phelps. Assume at this point you all have a copy of it. But first, I'm going to let the Chief Financial Officer for PE Hydro and Eagle Creek speak to you. Her name is Ina. They'll go over the operational challenges and economic challenges confronted by the two dams, two hydros, Dam 4 and Dam 5. Then that'll be a segue into the Duncan Phelps appraisal report. Before I get to Ina, I just want to apologize. Our appraiser could not attend due to COVID. He could not travel to this location, so you'll have to bear with me on going over his appraisal report. Again, our apologies that the appraisal.
and you are the legal counsel, is that correct?
That is true.
Okay, all right. Please state your name for the record, and you'll be asked to be sworn in.
Sure, this is Ina Jamabayevo,
Okay,
A-I-N-A, and the last name is A-U-M-A-B-A-B-E-D-A. Thank you for this opportunity. As Mark Lansing said, I am the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer for Eagle Creek. Since late 2019, Eagle Creek owns Hydro. However, I have been with the company since early 2017, heading up the finance organization, and since then we have been working to clean up some of our internal documentation and understanding of the assets inclusive of the Hydro. Prior to that, PE Hydro was bought in February 2015 by PE Hydro that is now also owned by Eagle Creek. PE Hydro has changed multiple hands. Prior to us, it was owned by LS Power for about a year. Prior to LS Power for a number of years, it was owned by First Energy. PE Hydro has 7 assets. 3 of them are located here in West Virginia. One, Millville, is in Jefferson County, and we have 2 Dam 4 and 5 in Berkeley County. PE Hydro, just in West Virginia, in total is about 11 megawatts in capacity. The 2 assets here in Berkeley County are just over 3 megawatts, 3.2. There's about 3,000 kilowatts in capacity. The 2 assets are pretty old. They're about 110, 120 years old. Obviously, we're discussing topologies about hydro assets. We are in the business of generating power using, the river flows.
As I said, the two assets are very old, 110, 120, north of that. If I could just take a bit of time and explain the business of hydropower generation, our key revenue is obviously energy. We generate energy, we sell it. We sell it into the market. We do not have a contracted party right now that takes our energy. What we mean by this, when we sell into the PJM market, that's the market that regulates a number of states, and the PJM stands really for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland, sort of outreach, but there are more states than just the three that I've mentioned in the PJM market. We're selling to the market because the size of these assets individually is fairly small, where we cannot find a party that can actually contract with us long term at rates that are preferential in the block market. So we sell into the market. That exposes our revenues, with energy being the substantial part of our revenue stream. That exposes our revenue to market. And market fluctuations can be pretty severe, as we have seen in the last number of years. We also sell capacity, it's a bit of our revenue stream, and then prior to 2018, and at the time that we actually acquired these assets in 2015, there were very lucrative contracts in place to sell renewable energy credits. The credits is not something that you can touch with your hands. It's an intangible commodity. Because hydropower is clean energy, we are awarded a credit for each megawatt hour that we produce. So those credits can have some value in the market. The contract that was in place was extremely valuable, and unfortunately, that contract was with First Energy as the off-taker, who declared bankruptcy and those contracts were terminated. Those contracts accounted for up to 35% of total revenue that we were planning accounting on for a number of years. So with the loss of those contracts, again, it's up to 35% of our revenue for the hydro assets. And facing the market impact. The prices in the market, at the time we were buying into these assets in early 2015, the prices were around $35 a megawatt hour. The prices as of last year were closer to $25. This year it has been tremendously hard. Prices collapsed to below 20. We started, coming back up, but we expect that they're going to be very below 2025 for a number of years. In our internal forecast, we don't foresee coming back to the $35 mark for the next 5 years. Our appraiser that we've hired, and whose report is hopefully in front of you, Dr. Phelps, has a slightly better outlook into the markets than we do. But even then, with their outlook as well, they project that our revenues are not going to come back to the levels that we were projecting for how we were acquiring these assets for the next 3 to 5 years. So that's on the revenue side, the kind of that we're seeing. On the expenses side, that we continue to incur to operate these very aged assets, our annual operating cost is about $2 million. Half of that is we employ about 9 people via Hydro. These are 7 small assets. We need to have an operator on each site to make sure that they're constantly monitoring the assets. And we have a couple of our people who rotate to support maintenance activities. Again, maintenance is fairly intense for these assets that are over 100 years old. The other cost, the remaining limit is really, again, property taxes, insurance, the maintenance costs themselves to, the parts and supplies and whatnot. And we also have significant costs that are regulatory driven. We have an operating license in place that has been issued based on the renewal process in 2017. Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, correct? Under that license, which in itself, again, is a significant process to review, under that license, various commitments have to be made. We have recreational facilities that we maintain. We've got the shoreline that needs to be maintained. We also are responsible to ensure that the American EU, has safe passage downstream. So a lot of these costs are pretty significant in our ongoing operations. So when we looked, and we've done our best, given the pressures from the market, we've done our best to look at our cost structure, whether it is to reduce headcount, improve headcount, to additional training, such that the same person can both operate and maintain the assets, to bring that knowledge in. We've looked into automating, but there's only so much that you can access to be able to automate the marketing equipment. So we've looked into our infrastructure, trying our best to optimize. But where we are today is we are looking at about $2 million in revenue across the 7 assets and the roughly the same amount in costs. And these are so on earnings before the interest that we have to pay, the taxes that we have to pay, and the depreciation that we continue to see in our assets, we're actually losing money on these assets. If I were to add interest, because we do have loans, not only for these assets, for other assets as well in the company, and a portion of the interest burden that we face there, in my own calculation, we had upwards of 700, 800 that were losing, 800,000 that were losing on these assets if we on an annual basis. So what I'd like to also highlight is the $2 million that we spend in annual costs. This is just to operate the assets to stay compliant with the regulatory commitments that we've made and that are a condition of us to continue to maintain the operating license. We also, as I mentioned, looked into upgrading the equipment, and over the last 5 years, we spent upwards of $1 million as capital investment into the equipment. So we continue to focus on these assets. We continue our best to figure out how to optimize operations such that the economics are actually viable for us to continue the operations, but it's getting more forward, especially in the market that we continue to face. We, at the same time, again, with the dollars that we spend, the majority of that is really in the local market here in the local community. So we're at a point where we're continuing to looking and evaluating and viability of the operation here. That being said, it's not that, in all honesty, that we're considering to mothball any of the 7 assets, but that question has come up internally a number of times to walk away from a firm license and ensure that the operation is secure, such that even if it's not operated, that it's not causing any environmental or other issues. It's also a significant investment in itself, so there's a constant analysis going on internally. We update our projections on, as I speak, economic viability of all 7 assets in the future. So wanted to again highlight all of that, and then the valuation, whether it's the internally prepared valuation or the appraiser that independently looked at our assets. The valuation is one thing, but I will tell you that in discussions with a few interested parties, what I learned internally within the company, that there were people who were looking for us to pay them to take it up from us, not them paying us to sell the assets to them. So that's sort of an indication in the market of the value that is being placed on these assets. These assets individually are too tiny to be operated profitably. So typically, companies of our size, they look at assets in groups in portfolio. So these assets were bought in a portfolio with other assets that are bought that are quite frankly more profitable than future. That being said, the value of the assets needs to be evaluated in the market the way that it is right now. The value of the assets obviously stems from their from their ability to earn. And that ability right now on a net basis, as I said, is not because we're losing money, we're not losing. With that, again, wanted to also bring to your attention that when there is an analysis on how to appraise generating assets, the market conditions are extremely important, such that there is actual comparability to the value that is being placed on these assets. The other component is these assets are so old that the technology that currently is in place allows us to only update certain components at a time to do a true replacement cost, to do a true replacement of the assets. No one at this time is going to invest that kind of dollars. The reason is because the market is not being allowed to actually recruit for the investments. Then also just kind of throw an example of we, Eagle Creek, just recently bought an asset, not in this market, in California. It's a 20 megawatt asset, and we bought it from. That's the kind of fair market value that in this market today. So with that, I'll close that. When we look internally at these assets, again, with a third party, independent appraiser or not, these assets are harder and harder for us to justify in terms of the economic.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? All right.
The assessor have any questions? This is the state tax department.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So now, with your indulgence, refer you to the appraisal report that was done by Duff and Phelps. Now, as I had just indicated, these assets are 7 assets, 7 hydroelectric plants, 4 of which are located in the state of Virginia, 3 are located in the state of West Virginia. Now, from PE Hydro's perspective, they are 1 asset. Those combined, they amount to a mere 10.5 megawatt capacity. So they're not metered individually. And so when PE Hydro deals with those 7 assets, they deal with them as 1. So I bring that up to you because when you get into the appraisal report by Duff and Phelps, they value on an income approach all 7 assets together and then allocate out between the 2 states and then further allocate out down to the hydroelectric level. And I'll get to that in a second. So Duff and Phelps, let me start with, in West Virginia, we're here to determine true value. True value is what a buyer and seller would agree to on the market, assuming there's no limitations, restrictions, etc. So what you and I would do, we list our house on the property, we get some buyers, we negotiate, and we come to an agreement. The same definition applies to a hydroelectric station. Unfortunately, when we're dealing with low-head, run-of-the-river hydros such as these, which means when the rain ain't falling and the summer drought is in place, these facilities aren't running. Well, that is the peak market. When your air conditioners are running, that's where your high energy use is in play. But we don't get to enjoy the peak market because normally in that time frame, your run of the river is significantly reduced. So we're running on the 2 low arms of the market. What I mean by that is we're running mainly in the spring and in the fall when rainfall begins its normal or increases its capacity in the run of the river, thereby increases. These facilities cannot be valued by the cost approach. I know the state has presented you with notices and other things, but fundamental to the cost approach is a determination that the asset, so in this instance, dam 4 and dam 5, would actually be replaced in the marketplace. And if you do not make that determination up front, you cannot apply the cost approach, because the fundamental concept of the cost approach is that the functional utility, or the equivalent functional utility, will be replaced in the marketplace. And as Ida just advised you, there are no hydroelectric stations being built new anywhere east of the Mississippi, and I would even suggest anywhere in the United States of America right now, simply because you cannot make the required rate of return on that investment. More importantly to us and to this equation, there are no stations that are being built with a capacity of less than 5 megawatts, and in this instance, a capacity of less than 2 megawatts. So if they aren't being replaced, if they're not being reconstructed in the market, that negates the cost approach. So while you may issue notices that on industrial property you're going to use the cost approach, that notice has to take into consideration first, will these properties be replaced? Because if not, whether you look at the Appraisal Institute valuation of property or valuation of machinery and equipment by the American Society of Appraisers, you cannot apply the cost approach. So Duff and Phelps does not apply the cost approach. They reject it. Number one, as I had just said, there isn't a buyer in the market that values any one of these stations, a fossil fuel station, a nuclear station, solar, or wind, based upon the cost approach. It is all based on cash flows. It's all based on either a discounted cash flow, or in this case, they apply the direct cash flow. Before I go on, there's another thing you'll recall, maybe you don't, but I do. We were here last year, and the chief complaint last year was we didn't file our property return, which we had not. And then we met with the state afterwards, and there was an agreement reached that we would file our property returns for tax year 2020 by late October, i.e. beyond the August 1st date. And we did file those returns in that time frame. So in providing those returns, we used a replacement cost analysis, included additions, then depreciated those. So that information has been provided to the state, and we've told the state repeatedly that we do not have original cost information, nor are we ever going to be able to obtain that original cost information. That original cost information originally allied with First Energy, and they have not provided that information to LS Powers, and therefore we don't have that information. If you look at the state tax regulations, if you can't do an OCLD, then you have to do either a replacement cost, a reproduction cost, an income approach, or a market approach. All three approaches are recognized by the state. All three approaches are recognized in order to get to the question before you, which is, what is the true value of these two small, old hydroelectric? If you go to page 4, you'll see that at the bottom of the page, the valuation as of July 1, 2019 for all 7 assets is $7.2 million. They derived that valuation using 2 methodologies: the sales comparison approach and the income approach. Now, with the sales comparison approach, they did a unique sort of methodology, because what they did was they determined multiples of EBITDA, multiples of earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization. And they did a statistical analysis to derive their multiple, and based upon those statistical analysis, they determined, if you go to pages 15 and 16, where they describe how they derive their multiples, they determined that the value as of July 1, 2019, again, for all 7 stations, was $7 million. And then we go into the income approach, which from the industry's perspective is the only valuation approach that is in fact applied. And in doing their income approach, they considered, as noted on pages 17 and through 18, different characteristics, but the main factors are, what is the electric price? What is the REC, the renewable energy credit, for revenue purposes? And then what are the expenses? As Ina just told you, the renewable energy credits starting as of 2018 were slashed by almost 60% as a result of First Energy going into bankruptcy and having all of its REC contracts rescinded. Now, does that mean that they cannot obtain REC revenue? No, they still attempt to sell their renewable energy credits into the market, but the market doesn't bear what the First Energy contract did bear. So it's a significantly reduced renewable energy credit, and you'll see the impact of that plus the electric energy prices on pages 19 and 20. On page 19, you'll see a table of historical financials, and you'll see that EBITDA, except for 1 year, has been declining from 2015 to including 2019. You'll see why by going to page 20, which deals with the historical electric prices, and you'll see that between 2014 and 2020, as Ina described to you, so I won't go over in any more detail, but you'll notice that electric prices have significantly declined from 35 in 2015 down to 26 in 2019 and then 20 for the first half of this year. What's the point of that? The point of that is, first, you got plants that are only operating at best less than 10% of the time because it is a run of the river. They're operating in non-peak time frames. They're operating in time frames where the price level is at minimal amounts, and those minimal amounts are declining in this same time frame from 2015 to 2020. I suggest to you that does not indicate that value increased by 10% between 2017 and 2018, 10% 2018 to 2019, and I have no idea how they derive the value in for tax year 2020. I still don't have that valuation information. But nonetheless, regardless, I can assure you that prices don't increase or value doesn't increase as a plant's cash flow decreases. And in this instance, we're talking about 2 major factors decreasing by 25 or 30% or more. So your revenues have declined by 1/3. I'm going to suggest to you that that doesn't mean your value goes up by 10%. And in fact, if you go to page 22, you'll see both historical information. You'll see the columns that are denominated actual, which goes from 2015 to 2019. And you'll see the projections. Now, the projections 2020 through 2024 are, 2025, are PE Hydro, Eagle Creek projections. 26, 27, 28, 29 are Duff and Felt internal projections. The key thing here is if you look at EBITDA, which is the last highlighted normal font line, bottom of the table, you'll see that for actuals, EBITDA has gone from 520,000 down to 67,000 between 2015 and 2019. You'll also see that your EBITDA, while it returns as you move along, the overall impact is that your cash flow remains basically negative. So what does that mean? Why do we operate that? Well, there's a couple of reasons. If you look at the recent filing for, let's, as an example, Millville, it was determined that by both FERC and by the owner, that to decommission the plant would have required also removal of the dam. At this point in time, the marginal cost to operate the plant versus the cost to remove the dam and decommission the property economically means you continue to operate the plant. In fact, if you were, that information provided that in order to remain economical, you had to have $45 per megawatt hour as your electric price. Again, if you go back to page 20, you'll see that we haven't had the required $45 per megawatt hour since 2014. If you go to the next page, 21, it shows you both the projected EBITDA. If you'll see, as you notice, the projected EBITDA for 2020 through 2025 remains negative, albeit as shown in the column under EBITDA, a declining negative. However, when you take into consideration Duff and Phelps's 2026 through 2029 projections, you do start to see positive cash flow again. So, the reason I bring all that up, if you go to page 21, as of July 1, 2019, the valuation by the income approach is $7.2 million, again, for all 7 plants. As we didn't do a cost approach, we'll direct your attention to page 27 of the Duff and Phelps report. On page 26 and 27, they allocate the $7.2 million value to each of the 7 facilities. They did so based upon a net generation using 5-year averages, rolling averages. And based upon that, they determined that the value for Dam 4 as of July 1 was $1.3 million, and the value for Dam 5 as of July 1 was $928,000. Now, just for comparison purposes, if you go back to page 12 of the Duff and Phelps report, you'll notice that the assessed value is $4 million. So when I take that $4 million and I divide it by 0.6, the equalized full value is 6.7 million rounded. We would love to have somebody in the market who would pay us just for Dam 4 alone $6.7 million. It ain't gonna happen. We can't, as this appraisal report shows, as Anna pointed out, we're not gonna be able to get $6.7 million for all 7 plants, let alone Dam 4 alone. Dam 5, as you'll note, is at 928. They're at 2.4. Divide that by 0.6, and you're up to, 4 point something million. Combined with the 6, that's $10 million. We bought a plant, 20 megawatts for $5 million. These plants, as indicated, but these plants are a megawatt and less than a megawatt in total capacity. Respectfully, so just 2 megawatts of capacity, I don't know if a buyer in the market is gonna pay $10 million for just 2 megawatt, run the river, 10% capacity, and forced to run in non-peak pricing. We continue to desire to work with the state on this, continue to desire to provide information to the state on this, but we're gonna be frank. If you're gonna only value this on an original cost-less depreciation methodology in a deregulated market, that information is no longer available. I don't know an IPP, independent power producer, who has original cost data, in particular, original cost data that goes back to 120 years ago. They don't care about that data. That's not what's important to them. What's important is what are the cash flows. Any questions? I apologize for taking so long.
I don't at this time. Anybody else?
When did she say the property was purchased? The asset was purchased?
Well, it was purchased by Cube Hydro in 2015. All of Cube Hydros plus another entity's hydros were recently purchased in a portfolio, and that was, so if you go to page so in October of 2019, the assets as a part of a larger portfolio, as a part of a larger portfolio, were bought by page 8, by Ontario Power Generation Incorporated. And as laid out there, Ontario purchased a 385 megawatt portfolio in 5 states. Included were Cube, parent of PE Hydro, Black River Hydroelectric, Berkeley. There's PE Hydro. So the latest purchase of the assets was in September, October 2019. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
One of you mentioned that you did spend some money in upgrades. What was the equipment in these 2 dams last upgraded? Is that, I mean, it's not original, correct?
Yeah. When we're talking upgrades, we're talking pumps, things of that nature, small items. We're not talking turbine generators. We're not talking Francis. We're not talking anything on the dam. When we're talking about a hydroelectric station, I mean, the meat of it is the dam. If there's a penstock That's also a significant cost item. Those items are rarely, unless FERC mandates it, are rarely done any work on. So and they're provided for, the updates were provided for in the first report, but we're talking small items that I guess are really bound. So you're talking relatively very small items, pumps.
To upgrade urban generators, that's anything like that before you have a question that question is
In terms of the state's appraisal, Anthony, we need to start getting people up to the mic, I'm sorry.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Sorry about that. Is there any thing outside of PE Hydro's control since it was purchased in 2015 that is such as changes in regulations or something physically with the river, somebody drawing down the water that has made this asset worth less, or is it something that is or is it just the electricity market?
The two major drivers are the electric price, which is market driven. As I talked about, we bid into the PJM. As the river gets enough water running through it, it's able to turn the turbine generators and generate electricity. That electricity immediately goes out to the market, and whatever the market's bearing, that's what we get. That's what is meant by bidding at the market or bidding the market price. I'm not aware of anything that has been done to the river or outside the plant itself that would impact our operation. It is mainly electric price and renewable energy credit, both of which have significantly declined since.
And is there something that anything the state's done in terms of their calculation of the physical depreciation that was incorrect?
I have not seen what the state has done, so I do not know. I know they use Marshall Swift. I do not know anyone in the industry, even appraisers, that rely upon Marshall Swift to value hydroelectric stations. The reason being is because of the complexity and nature of the hydroelectric station. And also, you're talking about, at one point concrete was a local cost. Now that you have Lehigh and some other cement companies, it's become less of a local cost. But concrete and dam construction is a major portion. So just using Marshall Swift is not an industry standard, number one. Number two, using original cost is not an industry standard. Number three, I have no idea what the depreciation was or whether they took into account economic obsolescence as the regulations mandate. So I don't know if economic obsolescence is taken into account. If it were, it suggests to you that the economic obsolescence should have been in a range of between 50 and 60%. Simply because of the decline in energy prices, decline in rec, also the age of the facilities and their ability to compete. You're doing an EO, you got to take into account the size of the facility, its ability to compete in the market, what the market's doing, and that will impede its ability to compete in the market. Pricing being the number one, rec being again number two. I keep coming back to these two because of the two major factors for a hydroelectric station. If you're not incorporating that to your EO, number one, you're gonna understate your EO. If you're not doing an EO, then you're automatically overvaluing the station. Economic obsolescence is now a fundamental part of fossil fuel, hydroelectric, and nuclear evaluation. This is because of their nature and their ability to compete. The only ones that I'm aware of that don't have significant EO is combined cycle gas turbine. So they have to find them out. I don't have any other questions.
You don't have any questions on this?
I don't have any question, no.
Thank you. I'm Jan Madrinas, an attorney for the State Tax Department. I'm with me is Deputy Shirley Cunningham. My last name is Madrinas, M-U-D-R-I-N-I. I can give you part of it.
And you did say you was legal counsel. right?
Yes. This is a little background. We weren't here last. We were here in February of 2020, having a hearing. We went through that Duff and Phelps appraisal and explained why the return they filed in late October was insufficient for us to make changes. And we went in the back room and had a meeting where we told them what we needed. We have not received it, so that's where we're at. So that's just a little background. I need it to make clear on the record. If Kathy can get sworn in.
Kathy, please.
Yeah, just run through the background, starting with when you basically got this contract, I believe it was 2015.
2015. Actually, it was tax year 2016.
Not here?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy Sherman Cunningham.
Okay, I'm sorry.
As I said, 2015, we received a return from a tax rep representing, I believe at the time it was Cube Hydro, but they changed names. I think it was Cube Hydro at the time. It was a completely blank form. The tax rep had signed it. That's it. So I contacted the tax rep and asked for some information, some documentation in order to, so we could process the form. She told me at that time that she did not have that. I tried for 2 years to try to get some information, never got it. So for tax year 17, we took Marshall and Swift. We went to the hydro plant listing and we came up with a value to place on it because thus far we have received no cooperation from PE Hydro. I placed a value on it, did not hear from them. The following year, since they were considered non-filer again, our policy is to put 10%, increase the previous year's value by 10% and send them a notice. We did that. Did not hear from them. Following year is the same thing. On the third time, we heard from them. We explained to them then that we needed historical costs on all their assets that it takes to run those hydro plants. That's how we value it. And they would be depreciated as such. They insist that they do not have that information for us. We have tried to come to some agreement with them and get this information. They give us a partial list of assets. However, it's, I just actually sat there and counted it. On the one dam, there's 14 assets. I'm pretty sure there's more than 14 assets to operate a hydro plant. And out of those 14 assets, some of them are on the real estate side. Marshall and Swift looks at it as a whole, the buildings, the assets, and they do like a lump sum figure, and you just depreciate it every year. And that's how we've been doing it.
If you have historical costs, the depreciation, if it was very old, the depreciation would be quite a bit, correct?
It would, because we would, if historical costs would go on the historical year, the acquisition year, it would not go on the 2015 of the year that they purchased it. It would go, well, I think she said that it's over 100 years. It would be at the bottom of the depreciation table. But we can't do anything until we get that information. that's pretty much where we are. We came last February, again, we told them what we needed, and to this day, we still have not received what we need from them.
So if you got what you needed, you could then,
We can, yeah, we can place a value on, I mean, we're placing a value on, to the best of our knowledge. We have to rely on something if we don't have the correct information, but we still do not have the information that we need.
So what they're proposing here today is the income approach. That's not an option for you to use.
We could take that into consideration, but we're gonna start with the cost approach, because that's how we value every property in the state of West Virginia.
Yes, income approach, it can be weighed with the cost approach. We've done it before. If we're comfortable that we have the accurate cost information and what that value is going to come up to, and if we're comfortable with the income information.
Okay,
And
so,
you can, the income can also be used to determine economic obsolescence, which will reduce a cost-based appraisal, applying them out to that obsolescence.
and just ask us questions here. So the cost approach, since the plant is, or the dam is 100 and some years old, do we not have any recorded history of cost prior to them buying it?
We don't, prior to us receiving it on the industrial side, it was a public utility.
Okay,
Yeah, for First Energy's public utility.
I understand.
So just how they did that, that's not one of the things that I've dealt with a whole lot. The AG's office gets involved if there's a dispute by public utility on valuation. But as a general rule, there's a certain weighing of income for public utility. You look at cost, you look at income, come up with that value, and then you get shared around accounts.
Okay.
So we use the cost approach because that's what we say we're going to use. And if you apply a cost approach to old equipment, you're going to come up with a smaller value. Maybe even less than what the income approach. This old equipment is still working good. So we've done the best we could with what we have. We got historical cost information. They say they can't get it for First Energy. I don't know why. They make it focused on First Energy. That's basically all we have. I'm sure this question's for it.
I have a question, but I do want to get this record a little clear, because first of all, I've never met with the state in February of 2020. I met with the state, and we had a hearing here back in October 2019. After that hearing, and we admitted to the board at that time and conceded that we had not filed personal property returns for 2015, 16, 17, or 18. And so based on that, you all correctly denied our application last year. We then, after that hearing, went and sat down with Mr. Barker and Ms. Cunningham. We asked, what do you need? And they said historical cost. We said, you're not going to get it because we don't have it. So we said, here's a replacement cost new that was done by Duff and Phelps at the time of the 2015 purchase. Plus, we added in all of the additional purchases we made thereafter. They had a replacement cost new. Go to the regulations. Their regulations state, if you do not have historical cost information, you must then go to reproduction cost new or replacement cost new. So this concept that they are so wedded to the OCLD is rejected by their own regulations, which specifically addresses when the original cost is not present. We provided not only a replacement cost analysis for them and provided them that information, we provided an income valuation for them. We provided historical financial information to them. So this representation that we haven't cooperated, we haven't provided any information to them, it's just pure nonsense. We have attempted, and they've rejected, to sit down and to go over this information. We have requested at least 3 times in emails to have communications and conference calls so that we could address this information. But the fact is, the state is stonewalling us. Now, we're more than willing to pay our fair share of taxes, and we're more than willing to pay what is a reasonable value. I can't believe if Ms. Cunningham is valuing electric plants in the state of Virginia, that she can't figure out that a 1.5 megawatt plant is not worth $10 million. I just can't believe that. So we're getting stonewalled here on this approach that we're not cooperating. We're more than willing to cooperate. But you gotta go by your regs. You gotta go by Virginia law. Virginia law says the point is true value. West Virginia, that's right, sorry. Me to combine the two. West Virginia law is clear. It's true value. It's what the buyer and seller are gonna agree to in the marketplace. It's not Marshall Swift. Marshall Swift is never used in the marketplace. Now, Ms. Cunningham doesn't know that. I'll be more than willing to sit down with her, and I'll be more than willing to show her how the marketplace works to value these plants. But to tell you that we're not cooperating with them, we're not providing information, that's just pure nonsense. We'll continue to make this offer to them. And if you want to sit down, you want to go over this, we'll do it. But the fact of the matter is, we have provided you personal property returns. Those personal property returns have set forth our claim of value on that property. And also, we have provided you income and we have provided you cost information. If you need something else, okay, tell us. But the fact is, they can't substantiate their value. And the evidence that's before you right now, they cannot substantiate their value. Ms. Cunningham, when you did your cost approach, did you determine that each one of these two stations would in fact be replaced in a month?
No, I did not.
No, she did not. That means, fundamentally, the use of the cost approach is erroneous as a concept of appraisal theory. If you don't make that first determination, you cannot use the cost approach. So, respectfully, and I apologize, but the value of these stations combined, dam 4 and 5, is not $10 million. And there's no way the state can justify that. And they haven't. And there's no way they can get before you and say, we have to come and try to talk with them and try to sit down with them and try to get them numbers. If you want, I'll produce the emails that show what we tried to do. But the fact of the matter is, they cannot substantiate $10 million from those two dams. Never. They can't do it. The value is no more than for those two dams, at best, $3 million. They got something that proves otherwise, love to see. And I still haven't seen their 2017 valuation. I have no clue what depreciation she's taking. I have no clue whether from 2017 to 2019 she took additional depreciation as she was required to do. I have no proof, and you have no proof, that she took functional or economic obsolescence as they are required to do by their own regulation. There is no proof of that before you. They cannot justify their value. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing you said was true. We didn't start applying extra depreciation for 2017, 2018, because they didn't follow return. We increased it like that. And I also may stand corrected, I don't know if we were here in October or February. We may have been here in October dismissing an appeal for a prior year due to that failure to file. But we did go sit down. We got this list, which, as she testified, it's showing 12 assets. We had questions about it. I don't know where these emails are. That post-dated that 10/27 or approximately whatever day in October we had a meeting here. But she hasn't seen it, have you? That's it.
Anyone else?
I had a couple of questions, if I can.
Yes.
In the
assessing these dams, did you use economic or functional obsolescence in depreciation?
We do not, apply obsolescence until we have a whole list of items that we request from the taxpayer. And they provide that, for the last 5 years, and then we do a calculation and come up with that. We don't have that information. They never mentioned obsolescence prior to this.
And in terms of economic obsolescence, the regs say that you should use a margin for income approach because commercial or industrial personal property that's not still sells data to go off of. What information do you need to determine economic?
I would have to have.
There's an entire list and I don't have.
I don't deal with it myself. My supervisor deals with it, so you would have to,
There's
she'd
an
have to
entire
give you
list, I don't have that with me, but typically they file the return with the original
And if you
cost.
want to testify, he can call you. Yes.
Are you finished with me?
If you don't know, she can call
Okay.
it.
Come on up, I'm sorry.
This room doesn't hear about it, give us the truth about it.
State your name for the record.
Nita King, Nita, N-I-T-A.
Ms. King, I was just wondering what information for an electricity generation facility like this you would need to determine economic obsolescence.
As I said, when they file their return, we ask for original cost. Depending on when the asset was acquired, it goes on that line at the original allocated cost. It's trended up, depreciated down, then there's a value. Then if they ask for economic, and typically they tell us that when they file the return, they want economic or functional. Then there's a list that we send asking for 5 years financial statements, and it's quite a list, and I don't have it all memorized. They have a period of time to submit that. And then we take that and calculate their economic obsolescence, and it goes on top of that depreciation.
If they can't give you the original cost, what's your procedure?
As long as I have been with the tax department, that has been procedure.
But if they can't do it, and I could see where something 120 years old, you can't get an original cost, especially if it was owned by a public facility, a utility. So how are they supposed to come up with a cost if they can't obtain a cost?
To be honest with you, this is the first time I've had this happen. I've always been able to, for them to give me an original cost.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I can't answer that. It's the first time this has happened.
All right. Thank you.
No,
Sorry.
For
Sorry, Nate.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't have any other questions.
Oh, I thought you said you had one more question. All right, well, sure. Mr. Langston, do you have the information that she's talking about, that she has been requesting? Have you received that?
You mean for economic obsolescence?
Yes.
Uh,
I'm just trying to figure out who,
We have not specifically asked for, let me take a step back. We have asked for their valuation. Until I see what they have or have not taken, how can I ask for what you have or have not taken? So I have asked repeatedly for the 2017 Marshall Swift valuation. I have yet to receive that valuation. Because I haven't received that, no, I have not asked what obsolescence you've taken, because that would be contained presumably in the valuation.
but they're asking, they're saying that they need certain criteria in order to consider that, I believe, and you haven't produced, or PE Hydro has not submitted that information. So it sounds to me, and I'm trying to work with both sides, to be honest with you. Sounds to me like you're asking for something, they're not producing it to you. Sounds like they're asking for stuff and y'all's not producing it for them. So somewhere along the line, somebody's gonna have to start cooperating.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And we'll meet with them again, hopefully after this hearing, and we'll see if we can't figure out what additional information they need. I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we had provided that.
So, sorry, so we have provided all the information that's been requested. We have the historical information of revenues and costs. The 12 assets that they were talking about, they're categories of assets. They're groupings of assets, not the individual nuts and bolts. And the reason is, it is standard practice for independent power producers who are acquiring new assets to group assets and value them at that high level. The request never came to break down the 12 assets into the detailed nuts and bolts. Never came. That request never came. For that request to come to us, we have to hire third-party experts to go through the entire facility, and not just the dam, not just the powerhouse, but the entire property, and evaluate everything down to every single nut and bolt. Such studies typically called a cost segregation study. You've heard about it. That costs money. If the request were to come to us, we would have considered whether we needed to do something like that. So the request was never made. Once we produced all of the information that was available to us, and we were here in October of last year, right around this time, we had the discussion, sat down, we thought we came to an agreement that as soon as we, walked away from that, he said, listen, let's get this, let's get that, because that's what we've asked. We produced within the deadline that was agreed in that conversation. There were no follow-ups to say that what you're providing is insufficient. They've asked for additional, revenue or whatever information we provided that, but nothing down to the level of the nuts and bolts.
But in fairness to the state, they did keep asking for original cost data. And we kept responding, we don't have it. So they did keep asking for it, and we simply just kept responding, we don't have it. So maybe that's where the impasse has come. I don't recall a asset by asset denomination. I probably would have said, we don't do it. Again, IPP don't maintain this property on a original cost basis, so we don't do asset lists of the nature that I think, she's requesting, which public utility companies in their fixed asset list do.
So you said early on that when they requested original cost on the facility, that you sent them an appraised cost.
We advised them that we do not maintain original costs, and so we provided them with a replacement cost smooth that was done by Dr. Phelps, which I presume, since they had a number from 2015, that was the number that they would.
Okay, and you said that is part of the state's regulations, that if they can't get original cost, that they will consider the replacement cost.
Reproduction or replacement cost.
Okay, so what part of the code says that?
Let me see if I can put up regulations.
Because that's the exact same question I was asking. What's her name? Huh? Anita.
I'm looking at 11.10, valuation of commercial industrial property.
11.10.
I'm also looking at 11.12, which is vehicle valuation of public utility property. And the reason I look at that is because generating property has typically been treated as public utility property. But 11.10, valuation of commercial industrial personal property, deals with that if you don't have the OC, you go through. So does 1112.
Okay.
There's a public utility property.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
I just got a couple questions. Is it optional for the state when using determining depreciation to only use physical deterioration, economic obsolescence, or functional obsolescence? Must use all?
No, definitely physical. We, functional and economic are not required. They should be used when there's evidence presented to us of that. This physical wear and tear, if you're just sitting there with a return, and you know the cost, year of its acquisition, what industry it's in, that access code or how to pronounce that, and that gives you training appreciation.
And I think this came to we weren't asked to determine economic or functional obsolescence.
Right.
Is that only done after a taxpayer requests that sort of depreciation be done?
Yes, because we don't know. Unless the taxpayer says, look at these outside market forces causing me to lose money, it presents us with the years of income statement. You don't have anything to look at.
Okay.
I just have one question. If I was to purchase used equipment, all right, or an industrial business, I'm purchasing used equipment, all right? You're telling me that price that I pay for wouldn't start a new depreciation schedule? It would go back to the original purchase of that equipment?
If you're talking about an integrated facility,
Okay,
it stays with the original.
okay,
You take out a piece of equipment, facility A, put it into facility B, same use, it should still be start with that original cost, trended and depreciated. You would only use how much you pay for it if you have a sufficient market. Different people willing arms length buyers and sellers of that particular piece of land.
so on a hydro-powered plant, what would be the typical depreciation schedule? How many years?
It's going to get down to salvage value when you only put if it's still operating.
It would probably been at salvage value.
A long time ago.
Long before 120 years ago.
But it's still operating, so it's gonna have a value a bit above that, because it's still functioning.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
But the years of depreciation on particular equipment all tie into those codes. What the equipment, what industry it's being used.
right. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, the only question I had is, you know, if you have something over 100 years old, depreciation, like you said, is down to salvage. I don't know why. Maybe the tax department can sit down and come up with a conversation that you can. It's like anything else. Sometimes you got to draw a line in the sand and say this is where we are. That's what because we're batting back and forth on this issue, and for 120 years we're just we're wasting a lot of people's time.
Thanks, both parties, for being here today. Certainly do appreciate it. I know you came a long ways and put a lot of time in your efforts.
That's
So,
what I'm saying. It's not working.
Thank you all, and we'll make our determination here in the near future. Okay?
Thank you. I got 3 o'clock out, sewer board.
Let's start with something.
You got this under control.
Thanks, buddy.
It's not gonna change that. Tax on 50 other from
Oh, I thought exactly what you were talking about. That's how it should be. Yeah, it should be. But
You got 25 years right there. That's where we start.
copy on it.
It has to do with taxes coming in. I don't know exactly what we are, but my thing is arbitrarily, come up with a dollar figure. Yeah, but somehow we gotta make a decision, we gotta make a decision.
Hold up.
Ma'am, Anita? Anita? I wasn't trying to be argumentative, but I've taught school long enough, and then when there's a point, you're so far apart, you draw a line. So, I just wanted to throw that
No,
out.
I don't understand, but we can go through that.
Did you write them codes down that they said refer
Yes.
to?
And a lot of it's in the regs as well.
I know, that's why
I'll cite it.
that's why I was curious, because those codes, if they can prove that they sent them that information, then the tax department had what they need to do their job.
Did one of these get canceled? No, we got all. Oh, okay, thank you.
Approve to get Ivan appraisal reports if the board does not have them, may I pass them along?
Go ahead. Thank you, sir. This is it.
That is.
Pretty color, but.
Would you like color, sir? I'll trade you. We already paid for the ink.
So this is Val Bridge,
This is, ma'am.
got the black and white color, we'll
This
match
is the
it.
color, your preference. I'll take the black and white if, just so I have an extra in my own file. Thank you very much.
There you go.
You're gonna promise me this one?
I'm sorry, thank you.
All right.
At 54 minutes.
All right, next, Board of Assessment Appeals applicant is Martinsburg IRS, OC LLC. All right, you've been in front of us before, and state your case, your name, who you're representing, and all that good stuff.
Mr. Chairman, Council, Mr. Delegati, my name's Eric Hewlett. I'm with Jackson Kelly here in Martinsburg.
Okay.
And it's an honor to be before you today here on behalf of Martinsburg IRS, OC LLC, and also Martinsburg Investors. There's two cases. And I'm here initially to move for the admission pro hoc vice of Edward Hirschberg, who is the client's lead counsel and a tax appeal attorney with the Bryan Law Firm in Pittsburgh. The appropriate motion for admission pro hoc vice has been submitted to the West Virginia Bar and the appropriate fee. And I would I can give you a brief introduction, and I can provide you with a copy. Council has a copy.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd like to move for the admission of Edward Hirschberg, pro hoc vice, as counsel for the two entities that come before you today, Martinsburg IRS, OC LLC, and Martinsburg Investors. Mr. Hirschberg is a lawyer with Bryan Law LLC in Pittsburgh. He is a 2012 graduate of Payne Law School, and he's a civil litigator with extensive experience in commercial real estate assessment disputes.
Anybody, I guess, does any of the council have a problem with Mr. Hirschball? I do not, so.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. As long as the check clears with the state bar.
The state has been paid, and West Virginia has, Ms. Anita Casey, who's head of the West Virginia Bar Association, has sent me email confirmation that the state has accepted my application.
Well, congratulations.
It's a big day. It's a big day. My license for West Virginia Bar is pending. I'm taking one of the tests they make you take on Wednesday. So wish me well. But in the interim, I want to thank Eric here for his nicety. Thank you.
And I'll stand as local counsel. With your approval of the pro hoc vice motion, we can proceed.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, all. Would you prefer my mask on or off?
Prefer it off if that's okay with you.
Yeah,
Yes,
because I
sir.
can understand you a whole lot better.
Not a problem.
Very
not
hard
a
to
problem.
hear.
Getting a little
Thank you.
sweaty. My name is Ed Hirschberg. I represent the property owners here. First, I want to say it's magnificent to see all these people in line to vote. down here.
Second day?
That's incredible. I'm from
That's a short line. You ought to see the one yesterday.
I had to sneak up to the officer. Can I come in? Do I need to get in line? He was able to wave me on through. But I'm from Pittsburgh. Pennsylvania can't get its act together enough to do that.
Yeah.
So that's just fantastic. Thank you guys so much. It's fantastic to see.
It's an important election.
Very much so. Very much so. I think we have a much more simplistic case here. With me today is expert appraiser Larry Calorito with the Bellbridge Property Advisors Group. He's provided an expert report, which is in front of the board now. I find the more the attorneys talk at these things, the less you want to hear us. Without any objection, I'd like to introduce Mr. Calorito. He can go through his report with the intensity or brevity that you prefer, and then the board can pepper him with questions. Opposing counsel can do the same. We'll give his brief credentials and hopefully move on through with the hearing.
I'd just like to ask a question before you get started. All right? In Berkeley County, we're the fastest growing county in the state of West Virginia. And we're probably pretty darn close to being in the top 25 counties in growth in the nation again. I'm sure we are, right? With as much activity as Berkeley County has, and I know you've been here before us last year, and it has came across our plate a little bit that the property's still vacant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was leased to the IRS. Is that correct?
It was at the time. Now it is vacant.
Right.
And our broad argument is this is a very specific property, overbuilt for one specific tenant, which no longer occupies.
Okay. So I have to ask: is there a blackout clause on that? Does the IRS still pay for some sort of lease on that property?
No, I do not believe so. Mr. Calorito would be able to answer that specifically. And we also have with us in the back of the room Mr. Alan Albert, who is a financial advisor and agent of the property owner. If you need his testimony, he's happy to say as yes from the back of the room. No, there's no such clause.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
If I may call Larry. You pardon me as I give him some distance.
No, that's.
I'll give you some distance at the podium.
No problem. Move on.
Mr. Calorito, could you please introduce yourself?
Just a minute, I'm going to tell you how happy I am to take this off.
And we'll be happy with you.
Thank you all very much for allowing that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could you please introduce yourself?
Sure, my name is Lawrence Colorado. I go by Larry. I hold a MAI designation from the Appraisal Institute, and I'm a certified general appraiser in the state of West Virginia.
Now, how long have you been an appraiser?
I've been appraising for 32 years.
How many reports have you done on properties comparable to the subject building?
I've lost track, probably hundreds.
How many times have you appeared in administrative hearings such as this one?
Again, too many to count.
And how many times have you appeared in court hearings?
Also, too many to count.
That means you're getting a little bit old.
What's that?
It means you're getting older.
Yes, sir. You see the gray hair.
Yeah.
Based on his gray hair, we would move that he be accepted as an expert, and his report, which has previously been handed out to the board, entered into Exhibit 1.
I accept that.
Thank you.
All right.
Larry, I'll simply get out of the way. If you could tell the board a bit about the property, your opinion of value, and then how you came to it.
Absolutely. So, I'm sure you're generally familiar with the property. This is the former Martinsburg IRS Annex facility down Route 9 off Short Road and on the county, basically on the county line. The property was built in the mid-90s, specifically 1996, for this particular use. In other words, it was laid out and constructed for basically what we call in the industry back office for the IRS. It also has in it a large, what was then considered a data storage area, but if you've ever been down to Loudoun County, Virginia, you see what data storage and data centers have become in this day and age. This section of the building is completely obsolete. It no longer functions as data storage. Back when this facility was erected, you had racks of servers, you had a raised floor with a special cooling system. What's there now is no longer industry standard, and that's part of the problem. There's also all sorts of redundant systems in the building, and that was fantastic for the IRS because they couldn't afford for their systems to go down. So the power comes in from two different grids. If one goes down, the other can take over, and so on. As a result, there's a two-story, completely separate, I believe it's about 30,000 square foot building called the Utilities Building, Central Utilities Building, abbreviated CUB, that is nothing but for the utilities to the building. As you can tell, that's something that's very unique for that particular use. So that's what we have here. The building was completely functional for the use of the IRS.
It has its own generation plant and everything, right? Is this the right proper?
I don't think it has its own generation plant, sir. I think it definitely has backup systems.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that it can generate.
Well, it would be backup, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So the building was erected for the IRS and served its purpose very, very well. However, because it says special purpose to the IRS, when it was built, I'm sure you all know, there was quite a bit of that type of user coming into the market. Ever since Senator Byrd stepped down, we don't have quite as much of that coming into the county or the Eastern Panhandle as much as we used to. And the building has quickly become obsolete.
When was it built?
1996. In the meantime, major components of the building have not been updated, meaning the roof is original, the power system is original, the HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning is original.
Flat roof?
Yes. All the short-lived items at the property, in other words, things like roof and systems like that, are original, which means that they're 25 plus or minus years old and in need of repair and replacement. Well, actually replacement, because they basically worn out, anything about roofs, HVAC systems and things like that. So we have a situation here where we have a building with significant deferred maintenance, and by deferred maintenance, I don't mean neglect, I just mean the wearing out of physical parts to the point where they need to be replaced, like the roof and the HVAC. We also have a building that, because it was built primarily for the use by the IRS for their back office, has myriad functional obsolescence, both super adequate, things like the redundant systems, and inadequate, things like the data storage area, which is obsolete by modern standards. And unfortunately, as beautiful as the area is, we're in a situation where there's significant economic obsolescence, because the building, there's almost no demand that I can tell for another full building user, and the building would have to be separated into multi-tenanted spaces, which would cost a great deal of money. Not to mention the fact that the systems would have to be upgraded in order to accommodate that. The redundant systems with a central utility building wouldn't work for that. You'd have to separate it out. And the data storage area, which is 30 or 40,000 square feet, is completely obsolete, would have to be completely reconfigured into regular quote-unquote office space in order to be leasable. So all these things combined were taken into account in my market value appraisal. So if I could direct you to page, I'll cut right to the chase, because I described everything else for you.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
On this data center, would it be a fair statement that we're talking about actually the real and the personal, and it does have a backup generation plant? It looks like it's got a chiller plant and all that stuff. The fiber optic conduits that come into this building, is that owned by you guys, or is it owned by the IRS?
I don't know for sure. I was working under the assumption that the conduit that was beneath the floor, whatever was left behind, was left behind, and it would go with the building.
Right.
Unfortunately,
I'm sure the ones under the slab would be, but actually they go probably all the way to Northern Virginia somewhere.
yeah, to my knowledge, that's not owned as real estate, correct?
I didn't know whether it would fall under personal property or, you know what I'm saying?
Regardless, I don't believe it would fall under taxable property or taxable for real estate assessment purposes.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So if I could direct you to this section on highest and best use, which is really the crux of the matter, and that begins on page 26. So that you understand, we went out and we valued the land using the best land sale comparables that we could find, and we came up with a value of $2,020,000, which is $80,000 per acre. But in order to be able to use the land, if you're not going to use the building, and I'll get to why you wouldn't in a minute, you would have to demolish the building. And based on Marshall Valuation Service, we came up with a cost to demolish at $800,000, leaving a net land value of $1,220,000. So that's the figure to keep in mind.
Larry, what is your highest and best use?
Well, and that's what I'm going to get to. So why the land value and not the building value? Well, there are 4 tests of highest and best use: legally permissible, physically possible, financially feasible, and maximally productive. Now notice it's and, not or. So it's the use that meets all 4 criteria, not one or the other or multiple of them. Okay? As improved, could you continue to use the building physically? Well, not without significant modification. There are significant costs involved with that modification, and not without significant repairs to the roof and to the HVAC and things like that. And not without significant demolition to things like the central utility building and the data storage unit. Okay? Financially, legally permissible. Could you use it legally? Yes. To my knowledge, there are no restrictions that would preclude you from legally continuing to use this building for office. Okay? Now, financially feasible. Because of the significant cost to repair and modify the building, based on Marshall Valuation Service, we've come up with a cost. Bear with me just a second. Okay, $8,050,000. Now that includes, just a moment, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. $8,050,000, which is $66 per square foot. I then on page
What's that figure?
$66 per
What's it
square
for?
foot.
That's the square footage of the value of the property.
No, that's the cost to modify the building and to make the repairs. On page 29, there are some sales of buildings in West Virginia and one in eastern Pennsylvania. And you can see there aren't any sales of buildings that sold for even as much as the cost to modify this building. Okay? The second way we looked at it, and more in keeping with the way I understand things are assessed here, is a cost approach to value. And the cost approach to value is provided on page 31. And you'll see that if the cost approach was used to value this building, and the reason we wouldn't use it is because the technical value of the building by the cost approach is a negative $5 million. The reason is we have a cost new with some entrepreneurial incentive. Nobody would build a building without the incentive of making some money on it, a return on investment. But we have to deduct deterioration and obsolescence. Deterioration is in two forms: the deferred maintenance I mentioned earlier, and the straight depreciation on the building over the last 25 years. We have functional obsolescence because of the things like the redundant systems and the data storage area that would need to be repaired or replaced. And most importantly, we have what's known as economic obsolescence. And in order to show the economic obsolescence, that's on page 30. The calculation is that in order for this building to return a profit on the cost to build it, on page 30, the required rent would be in excess of $27 a foot. In other words, if you couldn't rent this building for at least $27 a foot, you couldn't afford to build it because you wouldn't be able to get a return on investment. Based on the rent comps that I provided in the report, the market rent for the building is somewhere around $14 a foot. And that's after it's made function. So there's a significant shortfall. And that shortfall, capitalized at any reasonable rate of return, in this case I've used 8, results in an economic obsolescence of over $20 million to the building. So what we have here is a situation where something was built and was totally adequate and a wonderful thing for a long period of time. But just like some of our homes during the last recession 10 years ago when the bottom fell out of the market, we're in a situation now where the building is worth nowhere near what it once was worth. In fact, the building, after all these deductions, is worth less than the land is worth. And so by definition, you would come in and you would tear down the building and you would work with what is now a functional piece of land.
Properties for sale,
Properties for sale.
at what cost?
Properties for sale for a little over $9 million. Yeah. And the reason is, to be honest with you, you've got a situation where an owner is trying to recoup some of its money. And again, going back to the situation I mentioned back during the last recession 10 years ago, there were many people, one of my relatives included, who actually were so far upside down in their property, but they tried their best to get the most they could out of it by listing it at what it used to be worth. Wasn't worth that anymore, it never sold for that. This hasn't sold for that either.
So what was your payment?
$1,220,000.
If we're gonna put the real estate sign out front, that's the price.
I mean, the truth is, and I think you all know this, you
What
can
was
list
that
the
price-
property.
what was
for-
that price again?
Pardon?
The listing price?
I heard the listing
Oh, the
price.
asking price. Your final opinion of value?
$1,220,000, which
So
is
if
land
we-
minus.
So if we struck you a check today, you'd take it?
Because you want to know the truth, the building is almost a liability right now. They're carrying this huge building that they can't lease and they can't sell.
That sucker would be tough to tear down.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, $800,000 is my ask.
You take a bunch of 8th graders and give them a bunch of hammers, you'd be surprised about it.
I have 2 kids, ma'am, and I agree with you 100%.
Larry, just to put a fine point on it, utilizing the cost approach,
Yes, sir.
you're coming up with a negative, correct?
That's right. If I had to put the cost approach on this, and that's why it really doesn't apply in this case, but it does apply as a test of what the highest and best use is. It's a negative value because there's so much depreciation and deterioration.
Well, what condition do you say the building is in now?
The building's
Does the roof
condition,
leak, you know?
the building's condition is average, but for the issues that I mentioned. In other words, the roof needs to be replaced right now. The HVAC needs to be replaced right now, and the functional issues need to be replaced right now. Other than that, the building's condition is average, so it's useful in terms of physically useful. It's just no longer economically.
Yeah, it's functional.
Right. Any other questions?
You did go, obviously come to a land sales comparison. Can you tell me just a bit about the comparables that you used, how you arrived at your value?
Sure. To our knowledge, there weren't a ton of comparable land sales in the county. And so when that happens, you expand your research geographically, trying to keep the rest of the parameters as comparable as possible. And so that's what we did. The land sales are on page 33. There are 2 in the Martinsburg area, and there are 3 in the Winchester, Virginia area. those sold for between $75,000 and $102,000 per acre, and our final value conclusion is $80,000 per acre for the land, prior to the cost of demolition of the building.
And did you make any inquiry into those comparable land transfers?
Yes, as much as possible.
Examining the deed, for example.
Pardon?
Examining the deeds, for example, or confirming that they are arm's length transactions.
Yes, sir, as much as possible. We always try our best to confirm the sales with parties to the sale, meaning buyer, seller, or broker, or attorney. It's not always possible, and then we rely on third-party resources if it's not possible.
I wanted to refer very quickly back to page 28, because I think it may have been a little lost in translation.
Okay.
The calculated lease-up adjustment of $8 million towards the bottom, highlighted on page 28. Can you explain what that is one more time, please?
Sure. So it's a lease up and deferred maintenance adjustment. And basically what it comes down to is we have a situation where the market rent for the building is $14 a square foot. Okay. And so how long would it take an owner to lease this building up? Okay. We're estimating 3 years. And the reason is because, you know, we haven't had much luck to date. We have to modify the building, so on and so forth. And so we assume that it's not going to be all or nothing. Because we're going to modify the building and break it up into parts for multi-tenanted use, we will lease the building up along the way. We have no way of knowing how it will lease up. So we assume a straight line basis over 3 years. So if you're assuming a 3-year straight line basis, then half of the time, the midpoint, it will be 50% occupied. Before that, it'll be 0. At the end of it, it'll be 100. So we basically say, okay, $14 a square foot over 3 years, but since it's a straight line lease up, we use 1.5 years, because mathematically, if you're doing a straight line lease up between 0 and 100, you're only vacant about half the time. So that's 1.5. And so that is one of the expenses associated with the building. On top of that, you have to pay for the fit up of the building and for the commissions for the tenant, for the new tenants that you get.
Understood. I think one more clarification. You mentioned it's currently on the market for around $9 million. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Are you aware if they've had any offers at that?
To my knowledge, there haven't been any offers anywhere near that price. And I'm not really sure there have been any.
You're unaware of any offers?
I wasn't aware of any. I wasn't 100% sure if there were any low offers, but I'm told there are none.
And you consider yourself well versed in the local real estate market, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last question?
The last question was, have there been any offers at the asking price of $9 million?
Okay.
And I believe the answer was no.
And he said it was any offers, and he said no.
No offers, regardless of the asking price. And you have a knowledge of the local real estate market, obviously, regional as well.
Yeah.
And we go so far as to say national.
Yes.
In your expert opinion, is $9 million a realistic asking sales price for this property?
No, sir. The only way this building is going to trade for anywhere near that is if you pick it up and you move it into a major metropolitan area where there is more demand for buildings like this. As you can see, it would take a rental rate of $27 a foot to make this building feasible. And unfortunately, you can't get $27 a foot in Berkeley County. Can you get $27 a foot in Fairfax County, Virginia? Yes. Can you get $27 a foot in Pittsburgh? Can you get $27 a foot in maybe in Richmond or Norfolk, Virginia? Maybe. But unfortunately not here, and so no, I don't think that's anywhere near what we're reaching.
I think you say closer to 14 per square foot, correct?
$14 for rent.
No further questions right now.
All right, you want to call anybody else?
No, not at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
At this time, I'll call the assessor's office.
get to part of, just before, what I believe I've been handed is 3 different appraisals that the assessor's office plans to enter into that evidence. Am I correct?
Those were the 3 that were sensitive.
These were sent to you,
Yes,
and they are appraisal reports, correct?
correct.
I would move that as a matter of evidence, we don't have the assessor, pardon me, the appraisal expert who drafted 2 out of these 3 reports here to present their report. Under USPAP regulations, they wouldn't necessarily be admissible, they certainly wouldn't be admissible in a court of law. And I understand there are somewhat less restrictions of evidence here at the administrative level. I would still argue we don't have the appraisers who wrote these reports. We cannot cross-examine the appraisers. We ask that Valridge property advisors, Mr. Colorito's here. Colliers is not here and will not be able to testify to any question. So we ask that you strike at least Colliers from.
Which ones are they, sir?
These are the ones.
I see that, but is it 1, 2, or 3? You got 3. What's the number?
Looks like Colliers. I'm just guessing because this is the first time.
I don't have any names, I just have.
If I may, I'll hold it up.
Okay.
And if I may, what I'm guessing here, and perhaps.
I'm looking for that page.
That's what's in front of you.
Yeah, right
Oh,
up on top.
sorry.
And if this isn't my time to bring it up, pardon
Okay.
me.
Sorry.
What I believe we have here, and again, this is the first time the taxpayer has seen this. We have what I assume is going to be an appraisal report from Colliers. I don't know anything other than what I assume is going to be the value reached in that Colliers appraisal. We don't have the appraiser here in order for us to question and credit or discredit his appraisal report. I think that's a significant disadvantage to the taxpayer. Valbridge Property Advisors, I believe that's the appraisal that we have just had presented. You're welcome to question Mr. Colorado. And for Ryan LLC, I'm going to assume that's some financial analysis that may not necessarily rise to the level of
Well, Mr. Albert is here.
he is, absolutely.
Said he's the one that sent it to me.
Do you intend to call Mr. Albert?
I'm not gonna call anybody, but I just wanted to let everybody know that that's what's been sent to me. Over this course, that's what I've had to work with.
And I would say to the board, the process here in West Virginia and in Berkeley County, as I understand it, is that there is a long period under which the property owner, the taxpayer, and the assessor's office can negotiate and attempt to come to an informal and then formal agreement upon the valuation of the property. When those talks break down, a hearing like this is scheduled. We've come here with expert evidence and presented by what I hope you believe is a credible appraiser. Certainly anything submitted prior to in settlement negotiations, well, the fact that it's submitted in settlement negotiations can mean it should be stricken from value as well. These were offered in an effort to resolve this matter prior to this hearing today. Those negotiations, did not take effect. Accordingly, we engaged an expert appraiser who opined upon the property value and presented his appraisal here. I would move to strike any of this document from evidence and consideration for the board today.
Excuse me, hey, didn't you send me, once you sent that one from Alan Albert?
As in this section, I think it was, yes.
Well, before that, like maybe back when we were setting up the dates of this,
Whatever Mr. Albert sent to me,
that was part of what he sent to me. Said he wanted to have a hearing in October when they were setting up the date.
And put it
I'm
in.
just saying, hey, do what you gotta do, but I'm just telling you, that was sent to me, and the taxpayer payer wouldn't know that they were there because he had a dog.
I would agree. Again, my response to that is it's much like when you've got someone that's in a car accident and they're suing the driver, and the 2 attorneys say, "Well, I'll settle this for $5,000." No, well, how about $10,000? They can't come to an agreement Those negotiations can't be brought up in court. I would argue that these reports, absent the Valbridge property advisors, is the exact same sort of evidence here that shouldn't be considered in front of this board or the subsequent board.
These persons. Let's do something. We gotta swear in before we go any further, so. Penny,
I do.
Mr. Street, you want to just state your name for the record so we can.
John Street with the Berkeley County Assessor's Office.
So, Anthony, you say you have a question?
He's asked if he's not the director for these prisons, paid for by the taxpayer.
I believe the Colliers LLC, honestly, I do not know. Often Colliers puts together these for financing. Colliers may well be the marketing entity. Colliers is a real estate broker.
There was a transmission page where there was agreement with taxpayer and Colliers too. I mean, he has identity.
They were provided to the assessor's office for the purpose of trying to
Settlement negotiations during the informal process.
This is evidence proved to them that the value is lower.
I would say it is argument, not necessarily certain it's evidence. It's not evidence that the property owner sought to submit here. Evidence that's backed by the gentleman that wrote it. Again, my objection to it being considered is, I mean, obviously you can take a look through it. The board will make their decision whether to consider it or not. I don't understand any objection on the record as it's written. And if we have to go to the next record, the next level, these documents should not be considered.
I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be considered. They're provided to the assessor's office for use. Changing the assessment, it's merely evidence that's presented prior time. I don't think there's any reason why it should be accepted. It's up to the board.
Anybody have any objections to Mr. Delegatti's direction? We will accept that.
Well, the legislative rule 110-1P was considered and utilized for the 2020 tax year. And that's your exhibit on this package. Legislative Rule 110-1P3 enumerates a number of elements that shall be considered when doing a commercial appraisal. The majority of those elements are located within IES, which is the integrated assessment system that we use, and the property record card, which is your. However, some of those elements are found on a tax map, while others are found on a certificate of transfer and sales listing form received from the county clerk. And there are no zoning regulations in Berkeley County. When starting work for the new tax year, in addition to required review and maintenance work, the first item to be completed is the cost study, which shows the cost of new construction in the county. This is required to be completed yearly by the West Virginia State Tax Department. We typically obtain the cost of new construction from either the contractor or the property owner, but in some cases, if neither party is cooperative, we have obtained information from the city of Martinsburg. Berkeley County does not require exact building costs on the permit. The cost study for the 2020 tax year indicated a factor of 2.08, which is your exhibit 3. Once the cost study is completed, the assessor's office performs a land study for recent valid sales. If the property has improvements, we perform a land residual technique. We remove the value of the improvements and the remaining value is attributed to the land. The land table for the Martinsburg IRS neighborhood is unchanged from the 2019 tax year after the land study showed no appreciable increase in property value over the previous year. And that is your exhibit 4. The assessor's office receives a final ratio report evaluation from the West Virginia State Tax Department after each year's work is completed. The commercial appraisal section of the Berkeley County Assessor's Office passed its monitoring for the 2020 tax year in a report received from the state of West Virginia, which is your exhibit 5. All 3 approaches to value were considered by the Berkeley County Assessor's Office. West Virginia Legislative Rule 110-1B 3.2.1 states, in determining an estimate of fair market value, the tax commissioner shall consider and use where applicable 3 accepted approaches to value: cost, income, and the market. Cost approach was considered for tax year 2020. Physical deterioration, functional, and economic obsolescence were taken into consideration. Based upon the definition of functional obsolescence and economic obsolescence, Berkeley County Assessor's Office did lower the function on the office area of the buildings to account for the obsolescence of the data center. The sales approach was considered. There were 3 sales of properties with the 353 structure code, which a 353 structure code is a 1 to 4 story office building. During the time frame for this hearing, all 3 sales were considered open market sales by this office. Sale 1 was 0637-1 and it's your exhibit 6. You have a picture. It's actually the Social Security office out on Compass Point, I believe it is. It sold for $3,200,000 September 20th, 2018. 0434 11.24 sold March 1st of 2019, which is Ridgefield Business Center. I can't remember that, just $375,000, and it's your exhibit 7. And the third sale was 062136. It was Winchester Avenue, where this is located, everything coming into town. It sold July 13th of 2018 for $200,000, and that's your exhibit 8. Sale number 1 was an 8.55 acre parcel of land located at 40 Compass Point. I had that in, and encumbered with 2 brick and steel frame office buildings. The first building is 10,500 square foot and is 90% complete. The second building is 12,000 square feet and is 94% complete. Sale number 2 is a 0.58 acre parcel located at 1008 Winchester Avenue and encumbered by a 2,009 square foot brick and wood frame building. Sale number 3 is a 0.69 acre tract located at 25 Crimson Circle in the Ridgefield Business Center. This parcel is encumbered by a 3120 square foot brick and wood frame office building. And I have them messed up on my paper because I have sales 2s and 3s transposed. So when I was reading to you sale 3, it should have been 2. When I was reading sale 2, it should have been 3. That's my mistake. It is the opinion of the Berkeley County Assessor's Office that none of the 3 sales of a 353 structure code, which is a 1 to 4 story office building, is comparable to the subject property and size of land or buildings. The income approach was considered as Berkeley County had 3 sales of a code 353 office building within the correct time frame for the 2020 tax year. The income approach was considered. Letters were mailed to the 3 valid 3 office building sales asking for income and expense information. The income and expense questionnaire of the 3 valid sales of an office building were not returned to this office so that a capitalization rate could be developed for office buildings. Without the annual net income, the capitalization rate cannot be determined. Legislative Rule 110-1P states in part, the selection of an overall capitalization rate shall be derived from current available market data by dividing annual net income by the current selling price of comparable properties. The present fair market value of the property shall then be determined by dividing the annual economic rent by the capitalization rate. And then I have court cases that speak to that also. After due consideration of all 3 approaches to value, the Berkeley County Assessor's Office has determined that the cost approach will be utilized for the 2020 tax year. The Berkeley County Assessor's Office has performed a cost modifier study and commercial land study as required by West Virginia Code. 3 approaches to value were considered: the sales, the income, and the cost. The sales approach was considered, but there were no comparable sales of a land use code 353. The income approach was considered, but there was insufficient information obtained in order to develop the capitalization rate, so the cost approach was utilized for the 2020 tax year. The final piece of my presentation is the response to the 3 appraisals that we ultimately received that were sent to us. 2 were sent to us earlier this year when we were talking over the values, and then the 3rd was just sent to us today, and that was the one that the appraiser stood up and talked about. Because I gave it to you because there's three different values of opinion on those appraisals. That's why I did. That's what we received over the course of the time. So they were there, they were sent to us. I wrote up a thing to it, so I'm gonna present it all, and I'm gonna start with the Colliers. In the Colliers appraisal, under aerial progress site information, the net rentable area and gross building area is listed as 122,475 square feet.
Again, I'm certain my objection will be overruled, but I would, for the record, like to lay an objection that we are reading an appraisal in the record absent the appraiser here to be questioned about what I imagine will be the assessor's critiques of that graph.
Yes, right.
That appraiser has no opportunity to defend his report here. And we would object to this line of questioning and ask that he not be able to give a one-sided opinion and analysis of a Collier's appraisal.
Mr. Street, was this provided to you by the taxpayer?
Well,
These appraisals?
yeah, by the tax representative, yes.
And did you look at these as evidence and whether to change the assessment?
Oh, yeah, we looked at all of them, absolutely.
Did you, looking at them, then decide to change the assessment?
No.
Then I don't see the relevance of having them here at all. If he's already looked at them, has already said, I don't like these appraisals, I'm not going to entertain their valuation, I'm not quite certain why we're discussing them here now today.
Because you brought them forward. You brought your one that you brought forward. So I would have to at least answer that one. Whether I agree or not, I don't know that that's relevant that I agree with them or that I changed anything. We didn't change anything, that's why we're here. But still, it has to, if they speak to it, I'd have to answer because this is what they believe. So
Well, I think it's another way of saying that on a long afternoon, we're going to be discussing a Collier's appraisal and the Ryan. I would further object to this Ryan analysis being called an appraisal. It's not written to us PAP standards. It's a financial analysis. No one here is advocating that either of those are the value of this property. I'm not saying that this value is what Collier says it is. Mr. Colorado isn't here saying today that this value is what the Colliers or the Ryan report is. So we are standing by the expert report offered by Mr. Colorado. And it's a waste of this board's time to discuss values that no one here is advocating for.
But you representing the property owner and Larry representing the appraiser is saying it's $1.22 million.
That is our expert opinion of value, correct?
And you're representing the property owner.
I am representing the property owner, that is correct. And the property owner, while not individually here, I don't believe anyone on the property owner side would advocate for the value that Colliers has opined for at this hearing, or the value that Ryan opined for at this hearing. The only value I would argue in front of this court is, or this administrative board, is the value opined by Mr. Colorado.
I'm sorry, you gotta come forward, state your name and some,
Be sworn
unfortunately,
in.
we don't have Penny.
If you want him to be sworn in, and I don't know if he's an offer. If you want, bring him up.
I don't have a problem with Zoom. You gonna swear him in since Penny's not here?
Oh, yes. Please come to the podium.
State your name for the record.
Alan Albert, Ryan LLC. Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I just wanted to point out those two reports were from tax year 2018 and 2019.
Understand.
That's the key difference. It's not like these are the reports from around the same time.
I guess the biggest thing for me is we're going from last year's appraisal, which was put into evidence at $7,240,000. This year, you're going all the way down to 1.22 billion. Huge change.
Changing here.
Huge change. All right? Even when the market value in Berkeley County is going up 17 to 20% annually. All right? the rents aren't $14 a square foot for what we see, because the Development Authority bought 300 and 400 Foxcroft Avenue in a hearing just like this, right? And I was texting on my phone not to be disrespectful to any of y'all, but to get the current lease rate. I think it's $18 to $21 a square foot. So, you know, I don't think it's important for us to worry about this. Okay, we've already seen it. We already heard about last year. We've already heard about the year before, and things of that nature. We'll hear about the appraisal of 1.220. But yet, Mr. Barnhart asked you, why do you have it on the market for $9 billion? Right? The problem about it is you don't start off at $9 million knowing that the property is worth 1.2. You don't never get anybody interested in a property when it's overpriced eightfold. Am I correct?
I can say there's been no interest thus far.
And how long's it been open?
Alan, do you know how long it's been on the market?
How long?
Okay.
Mr. Delarito?
It's difficult for the court reporter to get who's talking.
Okay.
This
All
is
right.
like herding cats, and I do apologize.
All right, so Larry, you had your hand up. If you want to come back up front, and we'll do it one at a time.
Sorry.
I just wanted to mention to that point that I was asked to appraise the property over the last few months. I was not consulted on the listing whatsoever. I have no knowledge as to why the property is listed for that or any of the parameters that went into it. It's simply my opinion that the value of the property as of the date of that appraisal
I understand.
is $1,220,000. That's my
No, I understand the appraisal process.
No, I'm sure you do. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay. But I'm sorry, Larry.
Okay.
I guess the question you, to being a professional appraiser, is if this was on the market, right? That's the value that you say that it's worth. Flat out.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Other words, your appraisal for $1.22 million is what you're saying that property would be worth on an open market,
Yes, sir.
not $9 million.
Yes.
Okay? So, I mean, actually, I understand where you're going.
No,
Okay?
you're absolutely correct. That is my opinion.
All right, thank you.
Well, sir, in light of that, I will just speak to what is in the appraisal report that you have heard already. That's okay.
Yeah.
On page 16 of that appraisal, underneath mechanical systems and areas, it says essential mechanical plant located in an essential utilities building with an underground utility tunnel. The Berkeley County Associate's Office does not appraise an underground utility tunnel. This office has never known about an underground utility tunnel, and if there is that there, it actually should be appraised by this office, but we've never known that to be there. On page 29, he had an improved sales chart, which the appraiser did speak about, and all those comparable sales fall outside of our locality, so they cannot be verified by this office. In the land sales summary chart located on page 33, sales 1, 4, and 5 are outside of our locality and cannot be verified by this office. Sale 2 is a vacant parcel sold in 2015 and is classified as farm valuation by this office. It is appraised residentially. Sale 3 is a multi-parcel sale along exit 16 east off of Interstate 81, which has no direct access from the interstate. And in fact, access can only be obtained through an existing parcel out there on the back side of that. And if you're going to compare land, a much better land comparison is an unimproved 19.92 acre sale off of exit 12 of I-81 for $4,422,000, or it's sold unimproved at $221,988 per acre. And that sale is located almost directly across to Mr. Weeks. So off of that, I mean, that's 19 acres. If you want to compare, and if you're going to go backwards, then we can compare that. On page 50,
The reconciliation of value conclusion is $1,220,000. The Berkeley County Assessor's Office appraises both the land and the buildings. So ad valorem taxation, if the building is there, it will have a value placed on it. If the current ownership of this decides to demolish the existing improvements, then we will value this land on it. But as long as that building is sitting there, there has to be something applied to it for taxation purposes. And then we did have, part of my last was the final value that the Colliers and Orion submitted to you, and then the final value of, I was just comparing those. But if you have it in front of you, you can see what their final value were and the differences that's there. Other than that, I'm finished.
A few quick questions.
Sir.
You mentioned, I think it was page 16, that there was some utilities that you're unaware of that do exist on the property.
Well, no, not you. It says, I want to say, it says in the appraisal that there's an underground utility tunnel. We do have a code for an underground utility tunnel, if there is one. I would just make a mention of it because we do not appraise that. If I knew it was there, I would, but I don't. And I would just make a mention of the fact that they say they have one, but we have no.
That tunnel would be going from the backup power plant and probably the chiller plant to the building.
In your opinion, as the assessor, would including that tunnel increase or decrease your assessment?
It would increase value. Yes, it would.
But you haven't included.
It is not. It is not. It
So
just caught my eye that it was there because there are one that I can think of that does have a tunnel that we do appraise. And then when I saw that, I said, man, I don't have that, but.
So if you don't have it, then your current assessment is incorrect.
You say incorrect, it is absent that tunnel.
Absent that tunnel.
It
Would
is
the
absent.
addition of that tunnel change your assessment?
Well,
yes or no?
It could. I mean, you say yes or no, it could. It depends. I mean, I would have to see it, put my eyes on it. I think my point bringing that out was the fact that these types of properties, we don't get a chance very often to visit and see. They're guarded. We just don't have the ability to. And now that they're vacant, you really can't get in to see anything. There's things brought out in these appraisals.
I'm glad you brought that up.
We don't know.
When was the last time the assessor's office viewed the property?
Wow.
Years?
It's been years. Yes. And I'll tell you what, I can't give you a date, but it was functional. I mean, people were still in it at that time. It's been a while ago since we.
Do you think a decade would be right?
I'm gonna go back 8 years, probably.
8 years.
I'm probably that far.
So it's been 8 years since someone from
Since
the
we
assessor's
physically were able to visit, see the property. But that does not preclude me from having to value property if I can't, because I do many, and I can't always have an open door every time I walk in. It just doesn't happen.
Certainly. Are you aware if the assessor's office made any efforts to tour the property?
Say that again, sir, please.
Would you be able to read back my question? I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just have to look.
I believe, pardon me, I believe, did anyone from the assessor's office ask to tour the interior of the property?
That I'm aware of, no. If we visit a property, in other words, here in the state of West Virginia, we are required to review, put our eyes on a property once every 3 years. So we divide the county up into districts, and we visit approximately 2.5 districts a year. So that by the end of a 3-year cycle, we have visited every property. There are always properties that you can't access, that you can't get.
And this has been one of them.
Yeah, and because of the security that's around them, you go down to that IRX complex, it's secure. It's a secure place. And for me just to show up and go, hey, I'm here, it just doesn't go.
I understand you can't go outside with the bullhorn, but you're unaware of any calls were made to a property manager.
I am not.
You're unaware if any mailings were made to the property interest seeking access.
No, I am not.
You mentioned a 19-acre sale that you believe is comparable, am I correct?
Well, yes, sir.
Is that 19-acre sale that you believe comparable factored into the current assessment of the property?
It's not in the same neighborhood.
No.
But the reason why I brought it up is because one of the sales comps that the appraiser used, this sale is almost across the street. And so it's very close.
Why isn't it utilized in the current assessment?
It's outside, this sale that I'm speaking of is right alongside Interstate 81. And we're talking about a piece of property that's down off of Route 9, so far away. So in the local neighborhood of that district down there, no, I don't. I don't sit there and go, oh, that's sold, so that makes this. I'm only merely pointing out because the property that we're talking about is 24 acres. That's a 19-acre sale. 19 point something acre sale. So if we're going to talk about big tracts of land selling in Berkeley County, we don't get them all the time, but that would be one that would be more common in size.
On page 2 of your submission, you include a number of map parcels. The first one being 1.06-371, sale date 9/28/18, with a sales price of $3.2 million in Exhibit 6. Have you personally, or has anyone from the assessor's office viewed this property?
Yes.
How recently?
Within the date of sale range, so sometime after the sale was consummated.
Did you determine if it was an arm's length transaction?
From what I could determine, yes.
What could you determine? How did you go about that?
Well, we sent out a sales listing form to all sales, asking for information.
All sales meaning the current owner?
Yes, to the new owners, anytime the deed comes through, and we automatically send to the owner. If they have filled out that paper, some do, some don't. The asking is right there on that paper. So if we ask, is it an open market sale, and what we got back from them said yes.
So Exhibit 6, you spoke to the owners, you spoke to the purchaser, and he confirmed it was.
Well, through a letter. I actually physically spoke, but through a letter.
Via letter,
back
they confirmed
from
it was an, pardon me for cutting you off.
That's
Via letter, they confirmed it was an arm's length transaction.
correct.
Same question for Exhibit 7. Did you confirm that this was an arm's length transaction?
Did the same way through the sales confirmation.
Same for Exhibit 8?
Correct.
Did you utilize any methods of depreciation in your assessment of the property?
Of
What you your value, your opinion of value is based on.
We're talking about subject, right?
On the subject property, turning back to the subject property, correct. Did you use methods of depreciation to determine your current value?
Yes.
What method of depreciation?
Well, on the property record board, there is a physical and a function listed. And so we code those 1 through 5, 5 being the best. Actually, physical, let me start. 5 would be if it was completely renovated. A 4 would be it's in good shape. 3 would be an average. Function, not only as we look at the physical part of it, we look at the functional part of it. Well, even though this building was occupied up until January 2019, according to what I found out, that meant, and I understand about the data center and whatnot. I got that.
What do you understand?
Just the fact that probably those are not very high and marketable right here. They probably, because of infrastructure and whatnot, Northern Virginia seems to be the place to put that on. So understanding that, thought about it, we thought, well, we took the functional of the office areas that we had listed and we put it down to a 1, which is 4. So there's what we did to deal with the functional utility of it.
So to determine the functional, to determine the depreciation, the data you considered was a number system. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that number system used widely by, to your knowledge, other assessors in other West Virginia counties?
Every county that uses IAS, that appraises property, uses, yes.
What is IAS?
Integrated assessment system, is what the state uses. It's the integrated system that's used in all 55 counties in West Virginia to appraise property.
Did you use any land cost studies?
Well, yeah, we do a land cost for that neighborhood that the subject property is on. I had no sales comparable at that for last year, so no changes were made. And nothing to go by.
You had nothing to go by, so what did you?
No, there were no sales in the time frame for this year in that neighborhood. That's what that land study, I put a copy of it. There were no sales. So without anything to go by, no adjustments were made for the land.
Did you utilize any construction cost studies?
We do a county modifier study, which determines cost of construction. I can't speak as an expert on this, but from what I understand, the state of West Virginia uses costs that were 1984 costs of construction. Therefore, every county must do a cost of construction for their own county to determine how to modify that number. And when we did our study this year, it's determined that the cost loaded into the computer would be modified by a factor of 2.08 to bring costs up to standard of what it is now.
You mentioned on page 3, it is the opinion of the Berkeley County Assessor's Office that none of the 3 sales of the 353 structure code, meaning a 1 to 4 story office building, is comparable to the subject property with the size of land for building.
Correct.
Do you utilize any of those in your assessment?
Do I utilize those?
Do you utilize any of these 1 to 4 story buildings as comparable in
No.
your assessment?
No.
No further questions.
Anybody have questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
The board has no more use for Larry, do they?
No, we don't. Thank you.
See, it's everybody. That's oh wow, ain't that something?
Yeah.
Okay. So next on my read ahead is Martinsburg Investors. All right, moving on to the next Board of Assessment Appeals is the applicant is Martinsburg Investors LLC.
And for the record, the board,
Mr. Chairperson, if you have no objection, I'd be glad to leave. I'll be glad to stay, but I can't be of much help. And as much as I like to charge my time by the
I was gonna
hour,
say, you're excused to save your client money, okay?
and for the record, the board has approved the motion for admission pro hoc vice such that I can appear today on behalf of the property owner, Martinsburg Martinsburg Investors. Thank you. You just give me 1 minute to gather my thing.
Sure.
Does the board have the exhibit submitted for this? It's the cover letter says it's Ryan in the top left, and it says the letter of February 17th.
This one,
Man,
that one?
Yes.
Mine says the 14th.
I got one here that says this.
Got a picture of the building?
it's the second page. Give me 1 minute. I appreciate your patience, thank you. I anticipate this being exponentially shorter than what we've just done. Can I see the example you have there? I appreciate it, thank you. This is the previous one for IRS. This is for the previous
Here
hearing.
you go. Here's the one I got.
February 17th.
Yeah, mine's February 17th.
Yes, this is the correct one. It has the email from Penny at the top. The second page is a cover letter that's dated February 17th.
Yep.
Perfect. Again, Edward Hirschberg on behalf of the property owner. Our argument is exponentially simpler. What we've submitted is the literal costs of this property owner to build the property. They're recent, and if we are to determine the cost approach, there is no better indication than what they actually spent to build the thing. If we'll turn, to the first page for reference, it's the photograph of the exterior of the property, number 114.
This is, if I'm thinking correctly, this would be on the connector road going up to Corning Way.
That is correct. What we have is a current proposed assessment of $22,818,600. Our requested assessment that the board decision on is $18,396,386. This is a reduction of $4,422,214. If we turn to the next page, what we'll see is a breakdown of what this property owner spent to purchase the property. Reading from what is page 2 of 14, primary building construction was a cost of $16,764,672. The fill-out project, fits-out project, which includes primarily FF&E, site work, and other interior improvements, is $655,972. The true construction spend, and I'll have attached documentation in support of all of this, $17,420,640. The land value, that's literally what they purchased the property for, $975,742.
And are you saying that the construction cost of 17 million plus included all change orders and everything?
That's everything. And we'll, subsequent in the package, we have the finalized contractor's application for payment with the total finalized with everything. We'll turn to page 3 of 14. You'll see application and certificate for payment. This is from Kinsley Construction. Total, item 4, total completed and stored to date, amount of $655.971.80, previously referenced. We'll turn to page 4 of 14. There's an itemized breakdown of what went into that amount. I won't belabor the board's time by going through each itemized entry, but my understanding is members of this board are very knowledgeable about construction and the costs thereof, so I'll leave it to this board's discretion to review and make the determination as I feel these are reasonable figures. If you'll turn to page 5 of 14, again, we have an application and certificate of payment from R.S. Mallory and Sons for a total of $16,764,572.47. Page 6 of 14, again, is an itemized breakdown of those costs. Those continue until page 9 of 14, and you again see the 16.7 million figure the bridge sheet. Page 10 of 14 is taken directly from the county assessment website. And you will see on page 11 of 14, there is an entry dated May 3rd, 2018, of the land purchase price, $975,742. Our argument, in short, to repeat myself, is if we're trying to determine cost, here's what the thing cost. We believe the summation of these costs should be the current assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I just have one question. What did Martinsburg Investors LLC purchase this property in 2018? Is that correct?
I believe so.
It looks like it.
No.
It looks like it.
And then
May 3rd.
what was the sale price?
I don't have
$9 million.
that. Alan, if you could.
I'm sorry, you have to come.
Alan,
You have to
come
come.
up, if you could introduce yourself briefly. Would you like him to swear himself in again?
So we're supposed to be back to this and straight the whole two.
Station name.
Alan Albert with Brian Ellison. So that sale was actually part of a portfolio sale that included two other industrial properties in Virginia, Winchester, Virginia. So, and the value is not reflective of a market transaction because it was part of a portfolio sale.
Alan, do you have any idea what allocation was made to each parcel in that transaction? Do you have any reason to believe that that $29 million figure that council mentioned is indicative of market value?
I don't.
Anything else?
No.
Mr. Delegate, you have anything else?
No other questions.
Mr. Street? Good.
Okay.
Mr. Street, will you be presenting any documents? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Sorry, sir.
Hold on.
Thank you. Cafeteria table.
I'll make sure.
Thank you.
Try to hurry.
Before, if I may, I'd move the documentation that we've been reading from into evidence. Unless there's any objection to this.
No, we gotta do it.
Thank you.
Legislative Rule 110, 1P was considered and utilized for the 2020 tax year, which is your Exhibit 1. Legislative Rule 110, 1P3 enumerates a number of elements that shall be considered when doing a commercial appraisal. The majority of those elements are located within IAS, which is the Integrated Assessment System, on the property record card of your Exhibit 2. However, some of those elements are found on the tax map, while others are found on a certificate of transfer and sales system received from the county clerk. There are no zoning regulations in Berkeley County. Starting work for the new tax year, in addition to required review and maintenance work, the first item to be completed is a cost study, which shows the cost of new construction in the county. This is required to be completed yearly by the West Virginia State Tax Department. We typically obtain the cost of new construction from either the contractor or the property owner, but in some cases, if neither party is cooperative, we have obtained information from the city of Martinsburg. Berkeley County does not require exact building costs on their permits. Cost study for the 2020 tax year indicated a factor of 2.08, which is your Exhibit 3. Once the cost study is complete, the assessor's office performs a land study from recent valid sales. If the property has improvements, we perform a land residual technique. We remove the value of the improvements and the remaining value is attributed to the land. The land table for the Tabor Station neighborhood was unchanged from the 2019 tax year after the land study showed no appreciable increase in property value over previous years, which is your Exhibit 4. The assessor's office receives a final ratio report evaluation from the West Virginia State Tax Department after each year's work is completed. The commercial appraisal section of the Berkeley County Assessor's Office passes monitoring for the 2020 tax year in the report received from the state of West Virginia, which is your Exhibit 5. All three approaches to value were considered by the Berkeley County Assessor's Office. West Virginia Legislative Rule 110-1P 3.2.1 states, in determining an estimate of fair market value, tax commissioner shall consider and use where applicable 3 accepted approaches to value: cost, income, and market. The cost approach was considered for tax year 2020 because of the deterioration, functional, economic obsolescence were taken into consideration. This is a new project for the 2020 tax year as the building was built new in 2019. There were no changes made for physical, economic, or functional obsolescence due to the newness of the project. The sales approach to value was also considered for the 2020 tax year. There were no valid sales at a coded 397 office warehouse for the 2020 tax year. The Orville Distribution Warehouse did sell on 3/26/2019, which you all know is right across the road, for $37,250,000. The warehouse's combined building size of 741,502 square feet with an office area of somewhere of 13,676 square feet. This is a multi-parcel sale because that building encompasses 2 parcels. As the warehouse fits 2 parcels, when a sale is coded as a multi-parcel sale, it is not considered in the sales ratio report and therefore not considered in the sales study. The income approach to value was considered for the 2020 tax year. There were no valid sales of the code 397 office warehouse for the 2020 tax year. We therefore could not perform a valid income approach to value. And the reasons are set forth there as far as the definition of the legislative rule, how to do a capitalization rate. And just a quick response to what was presented before, the Berkeley County Assessor's Office utilized the cost approach to value for the 2020 tax year. In using the cost approach, we are not saying what did it cost the taxpayer to build the project. The cost approach says what would it take for someone to replicate the same exact project according to what the market is doing. Construction costs fluctuate. It is entirely possible for 2 of the exact same projects to be built, depending on the supplier of materials and the efficiency of the builder, and could wind up being 2 different prices. We are appraising the land as it's improved, not as it's vacant. I think that's the emphasis of the cost valuation on land. And I also have, as an exhibit, an assignment of leases and agreements for Horizon 261 Development Drive Owner LLC, which is your Exhibit 7, and it does show a consideration of $54,250,000. Unless you have any questions.
What was the final lease that you mentioned?
It would be your Exhibit 7. Assignment of leases and agreements. Horizon 261 Development Drive Owner LLC.
So are you, but you're not utilizing the income approach for this property in your valuation, correct?
Correct.
Has anyone from the assessor's office visited the property?
Yes, sir.
How recently? It can be a ballpark if it's within.
Well, it was earlier this year. Or last, no, I'll take it back. It was not. It was last year. We're thinking different. We're talking about 2019. It was last year. After it was built and completed.
I would simply move to strike the assignment of leases and agreements from evidence to the extent it's been entered, as the assessor's office admits they're utilizing the cost approach. The lease as to income, you would say, is irrelevant.
Not unless I'm being told differently, I agree with that.
And for clarity, it's stricken from the record, correct?
You
you have any problem with that, Mr. Delegated?
It's up to you.
We're doing crossed approach, so.
Correct.
No problem with it.
No, that's fine.
Strike from the record. Mr. Street, you have anything else? Anybody have any questions for Mr. Street?
No, I believe the board will attack me if I continue this any further, so. May the record show people are laughing, that was meant in,
Yeah. I appreciate all parties being here, the assessor's office and the property owner representation. We'll make our determination and go from there.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Any items from the public? Mr. Barnhart?
Mr. President,
We are recessed.
How many trees died today, Doug?
Yes, we'll take care.